it! He does it! He does it! He clutched!
Well, day one at the PUBG Pro League North America Fall 2023 season was all about these three letters, YKG. Then day two came up and it was all about the Extreme Slayers. The real question is, here on day three in the very first week, whose chance will it be today? Will it be in Hyper? Will it be Execute? Will it even be PASSIONFRUIT? Who knows? I don't know. And hopefully my analyst here will know himself, as we're going to bring him on in. I'm just Captain. We got Seven Worlds Gaming joining me here on the desk once again, because I can't have a show without this handsome gentleman. Why are you stretching?
You know, just getting myself ready. Like the next team that's going to be getting three wins today probably is because and yeah, I don't know. I have some guesses, but I'm not going to tell you. I'll tell you at the end.
I feel like watching you stretch right there just gave me a clear indication of the last time you stretched, and that was probably back when you were in school, in PE class.
Why you gotta out me like that? Yeah, man, it was.
I mean, I've seen you, Jim, you know? Hey. I don't want to go too deep in onto that, but you know what? We can go deep in. Man, this was actually a crazy first 2 days, right? Yes. We have 3 days back-to-back coming up, but the sheer force we saw out of like two individual teams, YKG and Extreme Slayers, was ridiculous. They were dominating these lobbies so hard.
It really was, especially I'm actually more impressed with what Extreme Slayer was able to do because they had a great day one. Obviously not as great as YKG, but they were able to improve on day two, get those 3 chicken dinners, and on top of that, be super consistent with their elements too, which we'll get a chance to talk more about that in a bit.
Yeah, and before we do hop into that, let's just take a look at our calendar to get you guys up to date what's coming down the weeks, because this is not a 1 week event. This isn't a 4-day event. It's going to be 4 different weeks. Well, technically 5 in total, technically, if you count in regionals as well, right?
Yep.
But we do have a week off here, going to be kicking off in the first week of September. But we're here currently on Friday, the 25th. And this will be next 3 days nonstop. However, I won't be here tomorrow. It'll be Seven Worlds Gaming, joined by his more handsome analyst, Cameron Davis. More handsome than me. Right, Seven?
I plead the fifth.
Good answer. Well, not the best answer, but it could have been worse. Obviously, you know, the teams getting the extra day off here on Thursday, I think is going to be really important, right? We've already seen some teams really improve from day one to day two, and Hyper in particular, which we'll get into a little bit more. But what have the teams done on their day off? Which technically, it shouldn't have really been a day off, right? It should have been a day of prepping, VOD reviewing, and really figuring out what they can improve on, because these points are getting very important here with PMGC around the corner.
Yeah, definitely a day of just absolute training, as you were mentioning, VOD review too. And I have some teams in my mind that I think they were probably doing a lot of that and more than likely working on their synergy. I mean, I think of PASSIONFRUIT Esports. We'll get a chance to talk about them. By the way, Super Lazy Reflex, that was a team that towards the end of day two, we finally start seeing a little bit of flashes, right, of what we want to see out of that team. Hopefully they can continue picking up on that. And then there's other teams towards the bottom. I mean, Skills of Mine, after 2 days, only 6 points. That's just not what you want to see here in the PMPL NA Fall Split.
Yeah, for them in particular, right, you only have to be better than 4 teams, and sometimes that can be a little bit difficult here if you want to get into the finals. But they have to start stepping up here, and obviously they have like another 2 weeks of league play, right? So it's not the biggest of deal to not perform in this first week, but we need to see those glimpses of improvement from every single day. If they don't start to improve here in this week, if they, you know, come out after this first week with having like 15 points total, I'd be like, okay, they're going to be a feeder team. There's not going to be a real chance unless they have a massive turnaround.
When do we start calling them that? After like week 1? That's what I'm trying to figure out, right? Because after 2 days, like people are already starting to think you're a feeder team. People are already going to be thinking, okay, you have had some horrible performances. Might as well just take a fight with you early on if the chance is given to get some extra points.
Yeah, well, I think the first step, no more hot drops out of them in particular. Yes. Second step, start being a little bit more confident in your play. We saw teams definitely improve in their confidence. We can see our schedule here as well. What's coming up today, we have 5 maps, and they're all going to be in this order: Sandhawk, Erangel, Vikendi, Erangel, Miramar. And then, of course, coming up tomorrow, that means everything shifts one to the left. So we have Erangel Vikendi, Erangel Miramar Sandhawk, and it'll keep shifting left by one every single day until we kick things back off on day 1. But Seven, I think one thing we really need to focus in and check in on for the people who missed out on the first 2 days of action is our overall leaderboards, right? Let's see where all the teams currently are standing. We know Extreme Slayers are going to be in first place, which I will tell you, in all honesty, Seven, never expected to be first place here after 2 days. I'm not saying they're a bad team, but I didn't expect them to be this high and to be this dominating compared to everyone else in this lobby.
I'm 100% with you. I thought it was probably going to end up being YKG, especially with the way they started on day 1. YKG had a bit of a drop-off on day 2, and that's why Extreme Slayer was able to take advantage of it. I mean, with those 3 chicken dinners we were mentioning earlier too, the 62 LMs out of them, they have been consistent. And when I say consistent, they literally got in the exact same amount of LMs every single day. They won in day 2, which is at 31, if I can do the quick math right. Yeah, that's right. And then we have Anna Hyper, which was a huge surprise at the way that they were able to kind of bounce back after a horrible start in day 1. You have Ace of Space 2 being a little bit consistent, and I feel like a big surprise here, at least for me, and maybe not for you, Canadian Eagles being here within the first page in 6th place with 53 points.
Yeah, man. Honestly, after that first day, I was like, boys, I know you're Canadian. I know you're supposed to be like nice and say sorry and all that, but come on, you cannot be so passive in these matches. And then day 2, they were like, hey, we heard you. We heard you, Mr. American Eagle. Well, we're the Canadian Eagles, and they're able to pick up a lot of eliminations. Baby Tang, in particular, for me, Seven,
Yes,
was one of the players who really stood out for that team, even being the player to punish YKG in one of those matches as they rotated in onto, I believe, N Hyper, shooting him from behind.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Baby Tang sent you a DM saying, not bad, eh? Not bad for a second day. And then we have
You had the A in there.
You had to.
I was like, what are you
Come
talking about? I think, to be fair, if we're talking about some maybe surprises like Ace of Spades, what about 412 Nomads, man? This team currently sitting on 20 eliminations. They have started to put on some pretty decent performances. They even won match 4 on day 2, which was kind of surprised, but I want to see more of this. I want to see more of this consistency, right? I don't want to see Ace of Spades, who got 30 points in one match, have almost half their points from one game alone out of 8 in total. I want to see 412 Nomads just show some consistency. I'd say, especially when it comes to placements, I want to see these teams really focus on getting into the later stages of the game, because the elims should come, but getting to the later stages of the game, finding your rotations into these zones has been something a lot of teams have struggled with.
I'm so glad you mentioned that too, because this team, I mean, besides that first chicken dinner that they got right and also a 3rd place finish, other than that, their highest placement is the top 6. So yeah, we want to start seeing more out of them in regards to top 5, since considering I think they have maybe like 3 top 7 finishes. So they're almost there. Just, you know, stay alive a little bit longer. And as Jason was saying, the Ilims will end up coming a big team that was able to make a bit of a jump too, even though they are here within the 2nd page. Execute 36 points. That's good to see. It's good to see that they're currently being able to frag too. Puppeteer, I feel like this is a team that a lot of us were expecting a lot more out of, considering what we saw in spring split. They haven't really showcased it that much, and I think that's why we're so excited about some of these teams, right? What is going to happen after that day off, after a day off that you're going to be able to VOD review, you're going to be able to train, you're going to be able to talk to your squad, have a little bit more time, and maybe go into a game and test out different things here and there. I'm excited to see what a team like Puppeteer is going to be able to do. And then you keep going down, and I'm actually not seeing PASSIONFRUIT Esports, and that's because they're currently on that 3rd
Where
page.
are they?
They're currently
Where do they go, Seven?
on that 18th place. And if I'm talking about teams that need to improve after that day off, that's a big one for me. I mean, they're being able to get some Millims, but the placement points, it's what's 2 placement points out of that team with the caliber potential. We said it seems like the synergy, maybe it's a bit off, and that's kind of what I was hinting at too. Maybe the day off allows them to put themselves in a position where, like, okay, you know what, we're going to be following what you say. If it doesn't start working, let's maybe not argue. I don't know what's going on within the team, but that's just my guess.
Okay. Well, you know what? I don't really want to take a guess. I'm just going to go with what you're saying there about them. I mean, they have the individual raw skill. Yeah. They need to figure out how to put all these puzzle pieces together to make that pretty picture for them to get some chicken dinners done. But as you look forward into what's coming up today, we got to keep in mind of which teams have really had some big moves when it comes to our overall leaderboards, when it comes to our day-to-day points. And we actually do have this lovely little graphic to show you guys to break it down for a couple of teams in particular. To talk about Canadian Eagles, they have a step up. Now, obviously going from 1934 isn't the biggest of jumps. Like 34 by itself is not a lot of points on the day, But the turnaround we see in their play style is why we really wanted to focus on them there. And then Extreme Slayers, I mean, 43 to 62. It's tough to like do better like this in this kind of difference, like 19 points, but they're able to pull it off.
By the way, I highly doubt, and I hope I'm proven wrong, that Extreme Slayers is going to be able to get 3 chicken dinners here today. It's just, it would be super insane for me to be expecting that out of that team every single day, right? But if they can continue to be at least within the 40-point range, that'd be good. But the way with what you were saying about Canadian Eagles, yeah, the way they were able to do it, they were just so much more aggressive. They were willing to be able to take fights too. Baby Tan, like you mentioned, popped off. And then we go over to Hyper, and that's the big jump up that I've been hinting at because, man, they absolutely sucked day 1. And in day 2, they were like, hey, remember, we are the Hyper of a day. We are one of your favorite teams. So they put up a massive 55 points with only just 1 chicken dinner. The way they were able to get a lot of limbs, I mean, I think they ended up with the 2nd place finish too with 60 limbs. I thought that was great. And then you go over to Execute, a big jump up too. 28 points for the day though. I feel like that's a team that can definitely do better considering that they've been working on their survival time. Their survival time for day 2 was 17 minutes and 48 seconds in comparison to 12 minutes and 40 seconds for day 1. So improvements here and there. We're starting to see some flashes. I think we saw Tensa as well with the close quarter fighting. He was able to kind of give flashes of what he was able to do in the past, and I want to continue to see that out of them.
I mean, you can't forget about your boy Casper as well. We saw the jump shots with the DBS on the Kenny. That was fantastic. But you know what? I agree with you on Execute. I want to see more. They have a chance to show us that and have the individual skill, of course. It's like every team here. But one team, as you mentioned, that we have to focus in and maybe even zoom in on here is going to be Hyper, actually. And luckily for us, we're not going to be the ones to do it. We have a quick little breather, Seb. You know who will be doing it?
Who?
Zute. It's a Zute zoom in. Let's see what he has to say about Hyper.
Welcome to Zute Zoom In, everyone. Brought to you by me. I'm Zute. So on day number 2, we saw Hyper absolutely pop off. It's an Hyper we've been begging to see, an aggressive Hyper, an Hyper that take risks. And they also got their very first chicken dinner on day number 2 with like 13 eliminations. So let's head straight into the Zute Zoom In where we break it all down. So right here we see Hyper with 4 players up in the best position in the late game. This isn't too surprising, right? They excel at rotations and positionings. But what is surprising to me is right here what Hyper Koi is doing on the southern side. He is leaving the comfort of the buildings, of the zone, going outside of the zone to do a riskier play to push YKG back up north. When is the last time, guys, you've seen Hyper leave the circle to do something aggressive? Almost never. And this works out perfectly. You see YKG being cut down here because of that sandwich. And not only that, Hyper is essentially doing 2 birds with 1 stone. They take out Hyper and they also cut down Ace of Spades. This gives Hyper full map control on the western side, and more importantly, it gives them the chicken dinner at the very end with over 13 eliminations. Now, is this the Hyper we're going to see for the rest of the split? Let me know. Hashtag PMPLNA. And also, if you guys have any more clips you want me to break down, do the hashtag PMPLNA and we'll take a look at it. Zute's son.
Ooh, that
I
was
like
dope.
the zoom in there, actually. That's pretty good. And he took care of the social media call for me. Man, this guy can do everything. But I think one important part that he broke down there as well is, when have we ever seen Hyper kind of send one player off and get aggressive like Koi's currently doing, right? He's gone into the blue before to actually catch out some teams. He's come back in as well. I feel like we've seen GK First do this, but never do it as successfully as Koi's been able to do it.
I agree with you. With Koi though, success, I'm not gonna give it all success just yet, all right? Remember what happened in Sandhawk when I was scratching my head why he was so far away from his team? He decided to go back to the compound and cut off Gar, and then they ended up knocking him. So I feel like they're still working on it, but if this gameplay is what they're gonna go with, I don't mind those kind of mistakes, right? I don't mind if they keep practicing, because by the time we get to finals, they're probably gonna have it all dialed down.
See, not to call you out in any way, but he did get back to the compound in time. before Speedfire crashed onto the compound. The only thing we don't know is how did the fight break down? Did he just get knocked like in the compound and then he eventually got finished off? Was he outside the compound? There is that unknown about it, but I think we have seen this level of confidence out of NHyper, and maybe Koi's brought it to the team. Maybe he's brought a little bit of the PEL into the roster to allow them to make plays like this. Day 1 they were quiet, but day 2 they were loud as hell, man, and I'm really excited to see what they're going to bring here in day 3.
Jason, day 2 especially, I feel like we started seeing that confidence when they decided to do third-party fights. I feel like that's the NHyper that we're kind of used to seeing, get those easy points, being able to third-party, take the chance for it, and then back off if they don't see a chance to actually third-party. That's the NHyper that I want to continue seeing. And if, as I mentioned, if this ends up working out with Koi being that alone man and he ends up benefiting in the long term, keep it going.
You know, the weird thing is, right, I think I've always been very critical about NHyper, at least to, well, on broadcast I have been. To you, behind the scenes, I definitely have been critical about them. But if NHyper keep playing the way they did on day 2, that's a team I can get behind for sure, as being a proud NA representative and having a vote of confidence going into regionals.
Okay. I like this. NHyper, keep it going.
You never thought I'd say that, huh?
I did not think you would say
about
that.
it.
Not at the show either.
Yeah, no. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give a quick shout out here as we're about to head into our first match to Monster Energy Drink, our official energy drink partner here at PMPL. And you guys can unleash the beast as well as you guys go ahead and pick yourselves up one. Don't worry, Seven, I didn't forget, I did not pour the can on you last time. I'm going to be doing that maybe in regionals this time, but that's still a long ways away. We don't even know who's going to make it there. But we do know first match is ready. So let's throw it over to our commentators of Hot Jukes and Zute once again.
What's up, everybody? Yo, it's Friday. Let's get it going. I'm Hot Jukes here with Zute. Bro, I love that zoom in, bro. The Zute zoom in. And I think you crushed it, man. I mean, that play was a huge differentiator in my eyes when it comes to NHyper. In my opinion, when it comes to NHyper, in the past, I would give them the excuse, being like, hey, they're NHyper. They're going to qualify. No sweat, you know? They could take all the time they want in the early stage of the tournament and then, you know, clutch it up towards the end. Yeah. But the problem is I have already seen too many times where they don't clutch it up at the end, you know? Lose right at the last second, and it hurts me. It hurts me. Yeah. So at this point, no more excuses. I want to see them pop off from start to finish and really show me that, hey, you know what? If we make it onto those later stages and start facing those international teams, we can hang. You know what I'm saying, Zoo?
Yeah, and credits to you too, Jukes. I remember casting that game live, and you were the one who pointed out, you're like, Zoo, what's Koi doing? And I was like, wait, hold on a sec. You're right. NHyper is leaving the circle to do something aggressive. So it worked out perfectly. And I think one reason why they choke so much, you know, at the very late game is because they don't do these kind of more aggressive plays earlier where there's like less chaos and they have a little more control. So if they take control into their hands a little bit earlier into the late game, then it makes things easier and they don't have to, you know, put themselves in a difficult situation, Jukes.
Yeah, and I will say that especially with this new point system, I mean, it's no longer pretty much new. It's been around for a little bit now, but when it comes to this point system in particular, right, I think taking some risks is necessary, right? Because you got to go get those eliminations. You got to get those chicken dinners. And let's see who's going to get the first chicken dinner of the day. We're dropping on in, baby. We are dropping on in. And it's none other than Sandhawk. Let's go, Zoo.
Good old Sandhawk starting off Friday hot on Sandhawk. Will there be any hot drops? That's the question here. We've seen kind of, you know, hot drops, teams dropping really close and then backing off, but no real full-out engagements. Friday might be a little bit different, however, right? We heard the devs talk about it. Teams are doing some VOD review. Teams are starting to recognize, hey, which teams are the pushover teams? Which teams can we just get easy points on? So there might be some more hot drop fighting coming into today.
I'm looking to see some of that action. You know, and we also heard them talking about, you know, what some of these squads are doing the day off. Matter of fact, I know for a fact a lot of these squads are playing in another tournament on their day off, and they faced some international squads. Ooh. So it was good to see them, you know, level up their skills a little bit here, maybe possibly a glimpse of what we're going to see from them in the future. And one team in particular that really clutched it up was YKG. Last game, busting down the chicken dinner, rocket launching them up to second place. So, you know, I want to see them, you know, coming off of a nice win, putting some money in their pocket, you know, just come out a little hot today.
Okay, so you're telling me on their day off, they're still playing in tournaments.
Oh, yeah.
Kudos to them. Kudos to them. So let's see if YKG can, keep that momentum going. Speaking about momentum, Canadian Eagles, their momentum is shot. They're down to 1 player already, dropping in a hot fight in Paradise Resort. And we got another one coming up right here. Excuse versus Wall Street Bets. You know what, Jukes? I'm not surprised. It might sound like I predicted the future, but hey, on their day off, they're doing VOD reviews. They're seeing which teams they can take advantage of. And already you see here 2 different areas of contention on Sandhawk off the rip.
Hey, you know what? Sometimes you got to get those points early on. And, for all intents and purposes, we always say to avoid hot drops if you can, right? You want to avoid them at all costs, because even if you go and you get those finishes, the chances of you not losing a player are pretty ridiculous. So you can see the respect that Wall Street Bets and Excuse have. Now, Pinon in particular, with that water going right down the middle of it, you could share it. You can share Pinon, right? You can go ahead and just, hey, we'll take this side of the loop, you take that side. The problem is that there's so much coverage, right? So many windows, roofs that you can peek on. And, if you get caught slipping, you're going to get knocked and thirsted instantly.
Oh, it's definitely. It's always risky to do these hot drop fights. I will say, though, for teams that come prepared and that's their plan, go for it, right?
That's true. That's true.
Hot drops isn't necessarily like a don't do it type of thing. It's just at the very high end level, when you get to the international stage, that's where it becomes more and more less likely, you get the 4 points without losing any players, because the skill difference,
that's true, should
I say, is way smaller. Here, you might be able to exploit some very weak teams.
Yeah, you know what? Hey, you make a great point there. You make a great point, because I'll tell you, one thing that really just pisses me off is seeing at the end of a tournament, right, where a squad needs 20 points to win, right? Not go for a crazy aggression drop, because you're not going to get it. You're not going to get it just sitting, doing what you've been normally doing, unless you just get unbelievably lucky in zone. But you can't depend on luck, right? You got to go get it for yourself. You got to make your own. So I want to see squads, especially towards end of tournament time, do whatever it takes. Mix it up. Change a strategy just to try and win. You know what I'm saying?
100% agree with that one. Back to the hot drop fight we have here. Excuse coming out on top so far against Wall Street Bets. They already picked up 2 points. Wall Street Bets down to only 2 players. Now the question for Excuse is, are they going to group up and push over? I see they've sent 1 player over. It looks like Wall Street Bets is a little bit aware of that. Keep in mind, though, the circle, it's a little bit to the east of this Pinon section. So the longer they take, the more and more teams are going to fill in front of them. And already Hyper on that high ground, on that giant mountaintop to the east.
And you can see them holding it down. MEZEXIS is holding it down, too. MEZEXIS is one of those squads that's been real frustrating to watch, because, they can have a really pop-off game, get some crazy eliminations, and then just go radio silent for a good chunk of them. So hopefully we can see
the pattern so far.
Yeah, that seems to be the pattern for sure. So hopefully we can see them utilize this central location to the best of their ability. Another team that's been grinding my gears, PASSIONFRUIT, right?
Yep.
PASSIONFRUIT is one of those squads that has, in my opinion, a star-studded roster, right? We know that these guys can get it done, 1v1, but you can even see their positioning right now. They just look kind of like they're all 4 solo players, rather than really utilizing each other's angles.
Gotta agree with that. DBS coming in hand, Killjoy getting Chronix there, but a quick trade. Couldn't get the 1-2 punch in that he was looking for. Now Wall Street Bets just down to 1 singular player. QWERTY, he's got to make a play. He's got to do something. You would think he might want to try and get aggressive and capitalize off that knock, but immediately the 3 other members of Excuse right there to support.
Beautifully done indeed. So a nice little recovery right there. We'll take those all day long. And now Wall Street Bets in big trouble. That's going to be tough for them, losing 3 players early on. And Butterfly Effect, who got the better of Canadian Eagles right at the start. They're going to lose their entire roster here in this game to YKG. So YKG definitely coming out hot.
I love what YKG did there as the fight finishes up here. YKG, I bet you, they see that elimination feed early on, Butterfly Effect, fighting another team. They know Paradise Resort probably, right? So YKG, all they do is they swoop on by, go in front and lay down the trap and work perfectly. And now PASSIONFRUIT's into a fight with BULUC and PASSIONFRUITs. I was going to talk a little bit about them too, and they're down to just Nate.
Just like that. Nate just too far away to be able to help him out in this fight. So BULUC CHABTAN getting the better of them 100%. And yeah, you definitely could tell going back to that YKG fight, these guys did their homework, right? They know exactly where everybody is. And we've seen Canadian Eagles and Butterfly Effect drop in Paradise Resort so much. YKG drops just a little bit north of them. Yeah. So you're right. Yeah, seeing them in that feed, just say, hey, you know what? Why don't we camp their rotation? Because we know they're going to go south through the zone. Yep. Camp them up, easy for eliminations. That's what we like to see right there.
Perfectly done for YKG. And we talk about YKG, you know, taking advantage of the lobby. If there's not a more evident play of that right there, ladies and gentlemen, is YKG. And the new circle pops up, doesn't shift too much, just centers right up. And look at how congested it is already. Keep in mind, we've had multiple teams go down, multiple players go down, and it looks like the circle's completely occupied already.
Oh yeah, teams opting to center up big time, especially at Sandhawk. You do not want to get caught on the edge of the zone because no matter how good you are, that zone rotates away from you. You're going to have to push into like 3 squads just waiting to soak up some eliminations. I love to see the rotation here from YKG. Look how tight they're playing together. You know, even on rotating, I can't stress this enough. For all you guys that, you know, play PUBG Mobile casually, this is a huge difference, right? Because you could just sometimes get a little lazy, focus on some other things, and if your spacing is too big, one of your players gets knocked, you're not going to be there to get that instant return fire and coverage, right? YKG not taking any risks on this rotation.
Yeah, I love the way they're doing this specifically on Santa. Because if you think about it, Jukes, if you send one player out as a scout, they get caught out. You get the info. Now what? You have 3 players on a map you can't really freely rotate on. It's a map that you have to gun your way in on. So what's the point of scouting? It's not like Erangel, right, where you lose a scout, you have 3 vehicles, easy wraparounds, a lot of backup options. Here on Sandhawk, it's literally fight your way in. So just straight up, 4 people full send it all together, neck and neck, have your guns ready, and that is exactly how YKG is navigating this zone.
Yeah, a little bit of behind the scenes too, right? When you're doing these kind of rotations, you usually have your best gunner, right? Your best CQC, that means close quarter combat gunner, like up front, right? And you could see, right? They had Joey up front running up the hill with a DBS, because at Sandhawk, you never know if there's going to be a player hiding and laying behind a rock, not making any audio sounds, just camping, right? So they have Joey up front with the DBS just in case. 2 players with some M4s right behind them to get some quick suppressive fire. These guys know what they're doing. Now rocking a little bit of a 3-1 split as they rotate. They have Joey on that off angle, just looking for some information and ready to get to the next position.
You say YKG has their CQC player up front, right, Joey? My question to you, Jukes, is who's not a CQC expert?
That's true.
On the YKG team? I wouldn't want to go against any of those players in a close range 1v1. All 4 we've seen just deadly precision in the close range. So, I mean, YKG, they're a group of killers.
Yes, they are indeed. You can see Chico using that 3-peek, trying to get as much intel as he possibly can. Little lean right there, just saying, hey, what's up, guys? All right. And getting ready for this next circle. This is always that planning phase, stage 2, stage 3, because in the game of Sandhawk, once you start hitting like zone 4, blue zone just starts ripping you apart. You only have like a minute to start rotating to the next circle. It's absolute insanity. Now we're looking at NOMADS outside of the zone, most likely going to have to push into YKG. And yeah, that is definitely not the team that you want to push into. What do you think, Zute, of seeing YKG utilizes this edge strat in that early mid game?
Well, okay, if they want to go any more center, they'd have to go into MEZEXIS. And just when is that spot not taken? Right? When is that spot not, you know, just at least one team setting up cam? So YKG already realized that. And instead of going more center, they're trying to flush out their side. So I love what YKG is doing here. Of course, now they will have to move a little more center as the circle does center up once again. I see a lot of teams not in this new zone. They got to get a move on. MEZEXIS sitting comfortably, but they got to make sure, you know, their heads are on a swivel. The east and south side might get pushed in on at any time.
Got a little jealous there looking at the map because I saw cave right there at the bottom. PUBG Mobile, please, come on, give us a cave finish for once. I've been begging for it for years. I want to see a cave finish. But you know what? This game, we're going to see a quarry finish here. And YKG are going to be able to push up into this compound area. We actually saw them have one heck of a battle here. I believe it was with BOPE, right? In this exact spot. So they're very, very familiar with it so far. We're going to start seeing them climb up the hill. And Joey leading the way as usual. Look at this. Checking every room, everybody. Right? Every room. No stone goes unturned. We've seen too many teams get punished for that the hard way.
Here on the southern side, they're in the zone. They gotta probably push up north, and that's a difficult rotation to make because just north of them is LOTUS Esports. We see that right here. Not only is LOTUS Esports going to be gatekeeping them essentially if they have to move out of the compound, you got MEZEXIS on the top mountain in center zone with really good lines of sight. So it is going to be a tough circle to navigate on the next shift. It's all about gunpowder, you know, when it comes to the next circle.
And let's see where that next circle is going to go. Sandhawk, in my opinion, is always one of those maps that has like the most RNG, right? I mean, if you are in the center of the zone hard shifts to you, you're on top of a hill, you're going to win that match. The chances of you losing are so slim unless you just absolutely throw the game. So this is that map where if you can get that position, you got to take advantage of it. And I can't stress this enough. You know, a chicken dinner with 3 eliminations, yeah, that's great. You know, okay. But you really want to maximize it and try to get, you know, that 10, 15 elimination number because you're not always going to get that circle.
I got to agree with that one. YKG, they're just constantly moving from one compound to another, up the hill, just trying to get as much info as possible. And they're always moving together as a squad. So if a fight breaks out, they're ready for it. But who's going to be ready for this zone shift, Hot Jukes? It's going to be a tough one for many of these teams.
So, like, if I was a coach watching YKG's moving right there, this is a habit I think I see a lot of pro players make. Towards the end game, right? You see players start to get a little lazy with their rotation, right? They're grouping, like we saw was so rock solid earlier from YKG. Now we're starting to see a little bit of extra spacing, and it could be due to the anticipation, right, of the fight, getting ready. You're starting to really hardcore focus on seeing, but then you start slipping, and you don't see that, oh, man, my team is, my teammate is 20 meters away rather than 15, you know? Yeah. And it's those little mistakes that catch so many pro players off guard. And
whoa, how did he survive that?
Hey, his name. His name? Accurate. That's that gun pain. That's that gun pain, Trixie Boy with 2. And gun pain getting Trixie Boy punishing him for that. Saying, hey, you know what? I was standing still, buddy. You missed those shots? I'm going to punish you instantly. Let's see if Trixie Boy can handle him in that CQC fight. Because here comes gun pain. Oh, catches him, but does get a return knock, but I think it's already too late here for the Nomads.
That's why you always got to keep moving. We saw Trixie Boy just dodge those bullets. Trixie Boy, he wasn't pushing in the circle. He was just looking for info, but he kept zigzagging around, standing right there pretty much. And, well, that changed everything. 4-1-2 Nomads out of map number 1. Couldn't get the better of Skills of Mine. Skills of Mine picking up the 3 elimination points, and we're back up to the northeastern side. YKG and K19 full out 4v4. Joey's in the far back, but he's got the angles to support, and it is going all out, Jukes.
Battles back and forth. That knock on a trip is going to be so huge. Now it's just Skirt. Chico has to get this done before 24K gets finished. And here comes Joey on the back line. And this should be an easy wipe here for Chico, and it is. K19 going down. That's 8 eliminations for YKG.
Man, you got to know you don't have time to get the revive right there. As Blue Zone's closing in, both teams should know time's ticking, so you can't get that revive until the fight is done. I would have liked to see that K19 player just try and push up, take the risky 1v2 instead of going for the revive. And Hyper pushing into the zone now with vehicles. They're on top of the hill. MEZEXIS, of course, forces back down into the compound. They were getting hit from the east and south side at the same time. But this sets up MEZEXIS perfectly for a potential long-range third party between LOTUS and Hyper.
MEZEXIS really taking advantage of that, the zone luck they've gotten here in this one. They haven't had to move too much, so they still have a really good position. How are they going to defend it? That's going to be the question. You got LOTUS and Hyper to the south, YKG to the north, and you have to push out of that safety now into the wide open. And look who's been sitting pretty here, Zute. The entire time, right on that boot camp hill, it's Extreme Slayers. We haven't really talked about it, but man, these guys had a dominant performance yesterday, and with this kind of zone, they could definitely continue it.
Yeah, and I love seeing how many four-man teams are up. All of these teams saving the firepower to the very end. We might see some upsets happen here. You never know what a team is capable of if they have all four players. LOTUS forced to move to the west, past Hyper, past MEZEXIS, and even if they try and loop around that vehicle, it looks like they're thinking about it. You got YKG to the north. This is when you just say, all right, straight on ahead, guns out, we're taking the fights. And Fishy tried to wrap past the compound by himself. That compound's taken. Even if there were no shots, you gotta assume there's someone in that compound.
You always have to. You saw Joey earlier, right? Checking every door, every closet. You never know who's been camping in it, and you can see Hyper getting some nice shots. LOTUS on the full send on in. These are always risky, but it slightly pays off. Actually, I don't think it is. They're going to get some MEZEXIS, and this fight with 48 seconds on the clock has to finish quickly for either squad.
Betty really stuck out here. He should just look to play spoiler. The rest of the two members did manage to full send it in somewhere into the zone. Betty goes down. MEZEXIS doing a good job at defending, but maybe a little bit too passive, right? They let Hyper get in front of them, and now Hyper is looking to full gatekeep. Crow throwing out the smokes. Gotta be a little bit quicker with that or hit the shots. One of the players, Koi, goes down and gets finished too. MEZEXIS has a chance of making it into the zone now. YKG on the north side also taking shots. Never mind. MEZEXIS is in a tough spot.
Yeah, MEZEXIS taking a little too long. They just got a little too comfortable in that spot. And yeah, when you move a little too late, all eyes are on you. Completely sandwiched and deleted. Okay, still got 6 teams remaining. Here comes Chico in the wide open. Chico, not with the rest of his team, playing it a little bit too split in my opinion. But this is Definitely. That chaos of Sandhawk, you know? We saw it earlier, right? Playing so tight in the early game, and then once things start to get real, you start to see players and teammates start making some really awkward decisions. But you know what ain't awkward? Hyper soaking up some points on the leaderboard.
Hyper at 8 eliminations. Of course, YKG, such a deadly team at 10. One of their members are down. They're gonna get the revive. Fortunately for them, they did lose Chico. We saw that earlier. A little bit of a mistake, I have to say. Way too spread out from the team, trying to play spoiler onto MEZEXIS. That was not needed. We still have SLR in the match with 4 up. Same with Extreme Slayers, I believe. And Execute. Let's not forget about them. They got the zone on the north side.
Yes, they do. Oh, yeah, that's right. Execute. And guess what they're doing? 2-2 split. 2-2 split in this lobby. I want to see it actually pay off for them here, because we know Casper with the DBS is quite deadly, but I don't think he's going to get the chance to use it for a minute. Trick on a really awkward rotation. Joey getting caught out, though, by Casper. That's going to definitely help him out. Beautifully done from Casper.
Yeah, it almost looked like he got shot in the back, but Casper just threading the needle uphill, getting the shots, and now Execute going aggressive on this. Casper with the repeat, but a quick flank by Fate does get the quick trade. It's getting dicey. Execute, what are they going to do? Go back for the revive? Go up for the fight?
Risky. I was wondering, I was like, Fate going to push this by himself?
Doing way too much?
Definitely not the play. I mean, but heck, you know what? If he did it, would have been a highlight reel. Know what I'm saying? But
it would have been a highlight reel, but way too risky. Like, look how much zone control Execute has. That was not necessary. Not necessary at all.
I'll tell you what. It's plays like that that gets you on the wrong highlight reel. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see how he is going to return from that here in future matches, because there ain't no way he getting res here. And Hyper starting to slowly sneak up. Only 2 players up, and that's just the name of the game in Sandhawk. You're going to lose players on rotations like this. How are you going to be able to maximize that opportunity as Fears making some disgusting shots on to execute? And nice return fire from Killswitch all around, all the way downtown. This tree is not big enough, and this zone is coming in too hot.
Very good play by YKG. Is it enough for them, though? I don't think so. YKG eliminated right there. Hyper's still up. Execute could have 4 up, in my opinion, but they're down to 3. SLR goes out to Extreme Slayers. Extreme Slayers getting involved now. It is a 3-way fight. Execute with the man advantage. This should be their game right now. They control that northern side. These 2 teams are going to have to fight each other. Frady camping, hiding in the grass, and Hyper getting ever so closer.
I think I'm going to give it to Hyper right here. They're playing so tight together, and all these other teams and all these other players are so spread out. Okay, now we're finally starting to see Execute group up here. And this is what they need to do, and they're still snaking. They have the man advantage. Maybe they don't know it quite yet. Maybe they think it's possibly a 3v3. So they're playing it a little slow. Still a little too separate for my liking. I do love to see Trick throwing some util right now. This is why you want to save those nades all the way into the end game, because one knock can really make the difference here.
Who do you think has this? I mean, Hyper or Execute?
Rin.
This is going to be a tough one.
Let's see what Trick can do. I love to start seeing Execute get a little bit more aggressive. This is one of those moments where you really have to. This is zone 9, so this zone will go down to nothing. Rin does give away his position. But, you know, it wasn't any surprise. Execute definitely had a good idea. They were here. Now they know it's a 3v2. They know they have the man advantage. And it's good to start seeing them definitely turn things up. They got to be careful, though. GK First is a monster.
Yeah, a lot of shots raining in onto Execute, softening them up, slowing them down, forcing their armor to go down, having to bandage. More nades, though. Casper's still got 2 more. Now's the time to throw them any type of damage. Even if it's a 10 damage, it could decide the fight. Purple's posting in slowly, ever so surely. DBS is coming out, Jukes. More nades coming in. Ren at a healthy amount.
They should be all on GK First side. That's the hill. That's the hill you definitely want to creep up. That left side's going to be too risky. They'll get angles on you. But if you just push 3-man, just pre-fire the grass. Just pre-fire the grass. You know they got to be there. They can't be anywhere else. They're giving some time for GK First to make a play here, and they get tricked. Playing it way too split. It's a 2v2, but it don't matter. Kill switch from that off angle. Clutching it up and taking the first chicken dinner. That's what I'm talking about.
Hey, is it coincidence? The kill switch hops in. We've been saying it. Bring that man back. Put in kill switch. Very first match kill switch plays. Dinner.
Beautifully done. Beautifully done. And you know what? I'm not going to really blame Trick there, right? Because I think a lot of people that watch these kind of, replays, they look and they say, oh, Trick was way too pushed up, right? Well, if the call is to be aggressive and push, if you're in front, you can't see your teammates behind you. You know, you have to assume that your squad is right there, ready to fight. And if that's not the case, if they say push and you're pushing and your other teammates are, just being a little hesitant behind, that's how you get caught in a 1v1 situation. So hopefully, regardless, it doesn't matter because they won the game, right? Kill switch, hopping on in, crushing it, but it's 24K getting the most eliminations here, Zoo.
And we don't usually pay attention to this stat whatsoever, but Fate is top traveler again.
Again.
Like, it's become... I refuse myself. And people in the chat were saying, hey, look, Fate's top traveler. How does he get top traveler every time?
I don't know. I do not know. What's up, Jason? How you doing, man? I'm just so excited to see you ready to go here today. I know he's excited. I know you guys are excited. But you know who else is excited? It's got to be Tensa. Look at that. Tensa up front from his voice back retirement, right? Man got a voice back, said, you know what? I'm just going to kick back, drink some Monster Energy. And now the man is back. And it's good to see Execute finally shine over here a little bit.
Yeah, they are shining, especially picking up the first win of the day. However, it's team, and I gotta be critical. We did see Fate make a little bit of a panic play. You saw him get in that car. He didn't know if he needed to go forwards or backwards. In hindsight, of course, it's easy to say, oh, I should have fell back. We had so much zone control. We had the angles. Just let them come down into us. It could have been a completely different story with Fate going down and them losing the match because of that. So there's still things to clean up a little bit for the Execute team. But that was definitely a good game for them, Hot Jukes.
A huge game regardless. Hopefully they can continue that here in the PMPL North America Fall Split. Guys, we'll be right back after these highlights.
Man, I think Execute should listen to Zute more often. Put Kill Switch in, they get themselves a chicken dinner. Obviously, it's not all just on Kill Switch being able to pull that off, though he did provide some really good off angles. But man, Execute, we wanted to see more. We got to see more finally, 7.
The angles that Killswitch was able to get, what Execute was able to do, we were mentioning at the beginning of the show too, how they've been improving on their survival time. Coming off here with a win in Sandhawk, you couldn't ask for anything better for a team that's currently trying to push up towards that top 5.
Yeah, I mean, you had Kill Switch, you mentioned, playing these like little off angles, trying to help assist them in towards the later stages. Also, credit to Hyper 7. I know you wanted to touch on how they played out the final zone as well.
I love how proactive they were in being able to cut off Trick from pushing up too high. I love how they were able to also, I forgot who it was out of Hyper, but they were able to keep an eye on 2 players from Execute too. Just the proactiveness out of them allowed them to actually even get a chance to possibly winning that when they ended up getting the knock there on Trick. Overall, I enjoyed the play out of Hyper. Also earlier on, they were able to just pretty much gatekeep MEZEXIS, get some free elims on that too. By the way, YKG there with 11 elims, 14 total points. That's not bad for YKG. That's really, really good. And same with Super Lazy Reflex.
No, hold on.
Oh, you don't want to go to it?
Yeah.
No?
Man, we were watching YKG push on the Execute, and we both said basically at the same time, like, damn, Fears has been playing so much better this season. The confidence out of him to be out in the open, taking shots against Its Fate, and then snapping to another player. It's not easy to do, but man, he made it look so easy.
See, I was going to hold off because I'm waiting to see if he's going to continue to play like this week, because I would love to do a segment on him as a player, because you mentioned it, the confidence, the way his gameplay has improved here in the fall, a completely different player when it comes to Fears from YKG. But I was going to mention with Super Lazy Reflex, you can tell they went back on that day off and look at a lot of odd review, because they beat Hyper to a compound where Hyper was able to win a match in Sandhawk and get a lot of elims.
Yeah.
So good to see that SLR is currently doing their homework.
Just a shame that it shifted away from them, and then it actually went towards Extreme Slayer's location, except they lost a player relatively early on and weren't able to play that out. Looking down the rest of the list here as we go into the second page, because the next map is coming up in like 5 seconds time. PASSIONFRUIT, 14th. They lost to BULUC CHABTAN as well this time. A little unfortunate. Still don't know what's going on within the roster, but then Save Eagles as well, we have to point out. K19 as well, we have to point out. Some teams that we expected more out of, just not having a strong start here on day 3-7.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to stick with PASSIONFRUIT Esports for a little bit longer.
How long will you give them?
This week. I said it. Week 1.
Okay.
I said a whole week, right? The synergy is not quite there. They decided to push with Nate not even being close to them. I don't know if he was maybe trying to get the off angles. They're trying to do a weird split in Sandhawk where they just control that northwest island like we've seen out of some teams from Europe do in PMWI. But with PASSIONFRUIT, I feel like it's just synergy. It's going to come down to that. We know the potential's there. It's currently not working out. Sandhawk, this is the second time in Sandhawk 2 that we have seen them get absolutely destroyed by a team. By the way, BULUC CHABTAN 2, not a lot of people think BULUC CHABTAN will be able to take on them, but they were able to, so that's good to see.
Yeah, and well, you know what? We actually don't get to really get to talk too much more about this match because the second match is ready to go. It's going to be on Air and Go. I think it's time to take it away to our casters, Atrix and Zute, to dive into map 2.
Alrighty, we are back, baby. Match number 2. We saw a nice little banger there in the first one. Execute, crushing it. Hey, Zute, right? Now that we saw Execute do it, and I think our habit is, since we've watched them for so long, is even though the times they win, we still critique them, right? We're like, come on, man, you guys should have maybe done this, man. Maybe fake, maybe you should have made that push. It would have been even easier. And the reason why we see that is because we know what's coming up ahead, right? We're not just looking to the end of PMPL, because guess what? Especially comes finals times, it's like the skill cap increases that much more. Even teams that you see that didn't perform here start going crazy, and it's little mistakes like those that, especially in later stages, you are not going to get away with. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's the nerves. I think the nerves get even more intense going into the finals. So that's why we see certain teams, you know, they might have a good game and we know they could do well. They got the experience, they got everything, but then they fall short in the finals. You know, they get nervous, and those plays that, you know, Fate may be pushing up, his teammate getting knocked, not sure what to do, it gets accentuated. So you got to call it out now. You got to pinpoint it now when, you know, you still got some leeway. It's not the finals. You don't need to make, you know, top 3 to advance on. You got to be able to recognize those things right now and try and fix it.
Yes, I got to agree. And, you know, I think a perfect example is it doesn't just happen with, you know, Execute
and Hyper.
And Hyper. You know, it also happens with YKG. We just saw that in the last game, right? Like, I think it was a perfect way to look at their rotation early in the game, right? How tight they're playing together versus towards the end. You know, when that anxiety level starts to rise, when those comms get a little bit more chaotic, when the decisions aren't as simple, right? That's where things start to get a little bit spicy. I love to see them do that at the start because that's what gets them in the end game, right? Yeah. But what gets you that chicken dinner is continuing to do that when the going gets tough. And I'll tell you what, these teams at the highest level, these international squads, they are doing it. They're doing it consistently, and they have been doing it with the same roster, right, for more than 2 years now. So hopefully we can see those adjustments. Heck, you know what? We all miss shots, right? We all miss shots. It happens. Yep. But, you know, making rough decisions is what we don't like to see and what we want to see fixed.
Gotta agree with you 100%. Erangel, second map, you guys could see on the screen. Doesn't look like there's going to be any hot drops on this one, so just Sandhawk. First circle pops up. It's right on top of Potato Hill. Yesterday we called it out. Potato Hill was open for... Oh, never mind. There is a little bit of a hot drop here between Butterfly Effect and another team. And oh, man, getting punched out and spraying the box.
Just a couple of shots. Just let them know.
Speedfire. Oof, not a good start. Oh, they're down 2 members already. Speedfire. Definitely getting bullied out here.
Yes, they are. So Speedfire losing a player. Butterfly Effect getting used to doing hot drops at this point. We saw them do it in the last match in Paradise Resort. Now they're getting it done over here in Novo. And let's see who's going to get the last. Speedfire going to be on their way towards the back end. Novo's so huge, you could definitely find a way out for sure. And it looks like the Canadian Eagles are also going to be getting into it with MEZEXIS over here in Lipovka.
Okay, I stand corrected. There is a lot of hot drops happening.
Wow.
With the Bazan, Drago. How did he even... That guy's behind like 3 different layers of cover. He's got the water tower there, and he's behind a rock or a tree, I think. And Drago just lasered him with the Bazan.
Absolutely beaved. And the thing is that Baton got lasered by the Bizon in a place where he shouldn't have been on, you know? Because now there's no way he's going to get revived for the most part. It's so risky, and that's why you see MEZEXIS hesitating. They're trying to lean up to him. Everest is going to do it, but this tree is not a tree you want to be, and we know the off angle is coming. Drago's just going to be pre-firing this, waiting for his teammate to find the angle, and it's probably going to happen here in the next few seconds. Yep.
There we go.
Yep. That is what we're talking about, guys. You got to recognize the position and understand what the possibilities are. And that res, as much as you want to do it so bad, it's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen.
Beautifully done by the side of Canadian Eagles. It's perfectly played. They held their positions. They sent one player to take advantage of the knock, and it is all working perfectly for them. Crow getting naded now, having to hold back 3 players, giving away his position. Not much he can do. And MEZEXIS just getting cut down. Skyline, the last one left.
Last one left. For how long? Give me seconds. Tell me, how long is he going to live for?
I say 10. I'll even do the countdown.
10. Go ahead.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wow. Wow. Okay.
Wow. that was right on point right there.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
I thought for a second I was gonna have to do the 3, 2, 1. You know.
3, 2, 1.
But,
Yep. Nope.
but he knocked the first player.
Knocked the first player, survived. That was beautiful right there, guys. This is what I'm talking about. You know, that's that experience right there. That game sense. Beautifully done. All right, let's see. Okay, good for Canadian Eagles, right? They were able to get 4 eliminations and keep everybody up. That's the most important thing. You know, in hot drop situations, losing one, I've said it before, right? It's too common. So for them to keep everyone up is good. They got to keep eyes, though, on K19, because I think K19 heard those shots. They're starting to peek in this direction. They are moving away from it. But, you know, I hope Canadian Eagles were able to spot them, because if they don't, they're going to be in big trouble.
Yeah, that fight was huge for them, not only in the form of points, but on the very first game, they had a hot drop, and they got taken out very early. They lost 3 members really quickly, so it is a huge confidence booster, right? To move into the next game, find yourself in another hot drop, but this time win it out and keep all 4 up. So Canadian Eagles got to be patting themselves on the back for that one.
Yes, sir, indeed. You know, I think N-Hyper should pat themselves on the back for their last match performance. You know, I think they did pretty good. You know, they obviously didn't get the chicken dinner, but you know, those zone shifts, Sandhawk, it's hard to do, right? Nobody can really do it, you know, on a consistent basis. So the fact that they were able to put up some good, solid eliminations and some placement points, right? I think they got to be happy with that.
Yeah, YKG and Hyper, it was not easy rotations by any means. I think they played it really well, like overall strategy-wise. That's what N-Hyper's known for, so they got the rotations done very correctly. They held it down. We didn't see any, like, you know, huge mistakes out of them, but I am more curious to see, you know, when they get into those late games, if there's like some type of risk opportunity that they could take, and if they take it, you saw it in my zoom in that I did earlier. You know, N-Hyper leaving the zone, leaving cover to make a play. I want to see more of that, Jukes.
I want to see more of it too. Let's see if they're going to continue with it. I mean, they did start off with some solid aggression, at least in my eyes. So let's see how they're going to continue. Potato Hill is the place to be, and you can see Super Reflex, Big Chilleen right inside of it. K19 also going to be holding this other side of Potato Hill. This is dead center in the next zone. So this is one of those positions that you don't really mind keeping another team on, right? Because Potato Hill is so large, it's impossible to cover all by yourselves. So sometimes it don't hurt to, you know what, you have another team, hey, you guys cover that side, we'll cover this side, and then, you know, towards the end, we'll fight each other.
Yeah. It's a group effort taking control of Potato Hill. It is a long hill spreading across, you know, a lot of meters. And with it's the second circle, it's like we don't know where the zone's gonna end. There's no need to fight to the death here. And it being center zone, you could get third party if you go for a full-on engagement. So I think all the teams kind of just know this in the back of their heads, so they'll just, you know, they'll chill out, wait and see what happens. And the next zone is about to pop soon too.
I definitely hope so, because I feel like that's where NA really struggles in this the game sense IQ of things, right? There are a lot of times and situations where you can use another team to your advantage. You know, you can almost see them as temporary teammates, I'll say. right? And a lot of people may be kind of raising their eyebrows when they hear that. But let me give you a perfect example. We just saw that spot right there next to school. Now, if you guys recall, last tournament, Alpha 7 and Hyper in that spot fighting for a championship. I got to talk to the coach from Alpha 7, and he described that fight perfectly. He knew what his players were doing. They knew what they were doing. Another team was rotating around Alpha 7 onto N Hyper, right? And they got into an engagement. Alpha 7 third-partied them and took them out. By all intents and purposes, A7 could have shot them out the vehicle and got easy points. But they knew. They knew, hey, let them live. Let them rotate onto N Hyper. They're going to fight each other, and then we're just going to come third party, clear them all out, and get the easy championship title. And that's exactly what they did.
That is, it sounds simple, Jukes. It sounds simple, but in the moment of things, in the heat of things, you don't stop to think that. You just see car rotating, we need points, just shoot. But you're absolutely correct. That is IQ on a different level, and NA, you know, we could do with a bit more of those big brain 200 IQ plays. Next circle did pop, Jukes. We're going down to the southeast, no longer on Potato Hill, and I love this area of the map. It is so dynamic in the sense of just different strong compounds, just separated by these little hillsides. So it's like different pockets that we'll see happen. And where is the circle going to go? Which compound is going to be favored? Well, that's up to the RNG gods.
Absolutely. You can see, I love this area. So many hills, compounds, radio towers, shacks. You could definitely do a lot of things here. Even if you're a solo player, you know, you could do those shack rotations, just shack to shack to shack, and try to get some points. We don't really see that happen, I think, as often as we should. But to each their own. Let's see exactly. You can see right now, PASSIONFRUIT holding a little valley right over here. And we also have Extreme Slayers coming through Milta. And Hyper, big chillin' in farm. And this is their homeland, Zute.
Yeah, it's where they drop, it's where they loot. And Hyper holding a 2-2 split. Kind of a wide split too, but it is in Hyper. Nothing too surprising. Hopefully they don't just lose a player early on. We saw that happen a lot on day one. And I think they fixed it up a little bit. So coming into day number 3 now, see if they can keep that 4-man team up. Nate finds one onto Kiddo here from Ace of Spades. Not even sure where Nate is. I'm looking at my mini-map. That was a very long-range knock.
Oh, yes, it was indeed. I'm looking for him, too, and I don't even see where he's at right now. So that had to be from... Okay, it's all the way across. Yeah. All the way from downtown. So getting some nice shots. PASSIONFRUIT splitting up.
Oh, Nate wants it.
He's hunting it down. Does he able to get the shot off? No. So Ace gonna go ahead and move away from this one. Nate is going to go back and regroup with his team.
I'm not sure if Nate got that knock and instantly saw that play to be made, where he, you know, rotated back around to the flank. But if he saw for a second or two there, it would have made a world of difference if it was just like instant. He rotated up there, he would have caught the revive happening, maybe gotten 2 points instead of getting 0. Next circle pulls away from the water. We are just dead set in farm. Potato Hill, however, extending to the eastern side, you can see it's straight in the middle now in K19, and I believe that is the Puppeteers right there in an engagement.
Puppeteers getting into it with K19, looking to take a more dominant position into this next circle, and it's about to pop on over. Could see a snake path finish. Let's see if that's where it's going to go to. Meanwhile, Ace of Spades holding this edge of the zone right here, and this is definitely going to be the spot they're going to stick at for the next 15 seconds. But Puppeteers is getting some shots out of K19. We're definitely starting to see some people get lit up.
Center zone right here on the map, K19 and Puppeteers. Looks like the Puppeteers got the better end of that. They managed to keep all 4 players up. K19 just down to the 1. I think it is HH24. Yep, hiding in the shack. Solo shack plays. That's what you got to do. YKG and Skills of Mine. This is on the far northwestern edge. YKG just... Man, when do they not look like they're in control, just hunting down teams, hunting down players?
Oh, man, I mean, it's too easy, honestly. Here in NA, where you have squads on the edge just so split up, trying to cover multiple angles. YKG just comes up, all 4 players together, just wipes them out each by each, one by one. It's just too easy.
To be fair though, YKG, they also play very split on the edge, but they know how to do it, right? It's very hard to pull off those splits on the edge correctly, and YKG is one of the few NA teams that can do that. Other teams try to imitate, and well, we get what we see here.
100%. You know how you position yourself in a split. You have to be able to, maybe take 2 steps and be able to cover fire one. And if you're too far away from that, if one gets knocked, you're not going to be able to save them. So you can just see YKG just superior with their positioning so far. And they have 3 eliminations to prove it. Whole squad is up as well. And you can see they got one little snake chilling right by them. So hopefully, let's see if YKG, right? We saw them checking every little nook and cranny in every corner. Are they going to spot that one, though? That's the question.
Yeah, it might come to haunt them later on. We're going into the next circle very soon. Still a lot of questions to be had as to what kind of game zone ending we're going to have. The north, of course, high ground, this Potato Hill area. If it goes south, we're going to get those pockets of compounds that many various teams are already holding, and Hyper grouped up a little bit right there on the southwest, no longer holding a split. Puppeteer's got a lot of work cut out for them right now if they could get the next zone and keep everyone back.
Let's see. Puppeteers, okay, dead center in this next zone. So how are they going to defend it? That's the question, because you're going to see a lot of teams look to usurp them from this position. Frady already looking in this direction, saying, okay, is this clear? Nope. But he's going to get into it. I think we're going to see the rest of the XS squad come in. It looks like Canadian Eagles are doing so as well. An absolute battle here on the northeastern end of the circle.
So many teams having to take this area, and I love what Extreme Slayers are doing here. Besides hunting down this one player, they're making sure their backs are not gonna get flanked. They have one player, that's Frady, got the position in the zone, and then immediately everyone else just watch our backs. We don't need to worry about the front now. We have a foothold in.
Yes, we do, and let's see the kind of foothold they're going to be able to keep, because you got PASSIONFRUIT, Canadian Eagles possibly coming in. You got Ace of Spades going to have to start pushing down. But I'll tell you what, Puppeteer's doing a great job at controlling this side of the circle. This is a very dominant position, taken up by so many different teams. They are getting some shots under that Wizard Tower, but I really doubt they're going to leave their spot to make this push. What do you think, Zoo? Do you think if they get 2 knocks, you think they're pushing this?
If they get 2 knocks after 2 minutes goes by, because I'm sure they're more worried about their flanks right now. And if their flanks are clear, then they might do that push. Meanwhile, on the other side, Puppeteer right now taking shots at the northern. Yeah, a lot of lines of sight for Puppeteers to watch out and be careful about, but they are hitting their shots. They're keeping everyone back right now. Kiddo might find a sneaky little angle down here. You can see him looking for it, but Dong should be safe behind that buggy.
I love that you said that it was after 2 minutes, because that is the perfect play. Because if you're right, if they do it too early, they push. So many teams are desperate trying to get in this next zone. They're going to third party that all day long. So really good to see Puppeteers using that patience, trying to apply that pressure onto teams they don't want to get pushed up on. So these are more just kind of like suppressive shots. Dong does lose his buggy, so he's going to be forced to throw some smokes, jumping up and down, saying, please, pick me up, get me. And it looks like the rest of this team is going to leave him in a spot for now. But so far, so good. He is safe, at least until this next circle.
Man, Puppeteers have not stopped moving up here. Can't blame them. So many lines of sight to take shots at, and it's good that they're playing so loud, so aggressive, right? They want to be able to space people out, and they got to make sure they don't get knocked. PASSIONFRUIT's now coming up on that eastern side, so yeah, if Extreme Slayers pushed earlier, PASSIONFRUITs were ready for that third party. Now caught in a tough spot. They're sandwiched between PASSIONFRUITs and the Puppeteers teams. Let's see what PASSIONFRUITs can do here.
Let's see what they can do indeed. Zuko throwing the nades out right now. They have 4 eliminations, so finally we're starting to see them heat things up a little bit. They're going to be going against Extreme Slayers most likely here in the Wizard Tower. That's a dangerous fight, because I do think that if PASSIONFRUIT and Extreme Slayers get into it, it might not be a bad idea for Puppeteers to third party this.
Oh, here comes Nate on the entry, pushing right in, and the rest of the squad needs to follow up.
Got one.
Gets caught. Nate just pushing by everyone and then flanking the lead defender. Now they're swarming. Nate goes down, but they get another knock. Ayuya with the nade. Needs to be huge, but it looks like PASSIONFRUIT is just down to 1. It's all up to 6less in a 1v2 situation. That nade does massive damage, and they're hopping out. They're looking for the finish. Extreme Slayer sticking true to their name, slaying down PASSIONFRUITs.
Puppeteers for the cross away, getting some nice shots on the board. That really hurt PASSIONFRUITs in the end. It was a good push. Overall execution definitely lacking a little bit here. Now, Puppeteers didn't leave their position, right, to third party this. They decided to stay there, and this is always that tough decision. And it's a decision we saw in your zoom in, right, and Hyper made, right? They had a great spot and decided to leave it because they knew that was the right play in order to win the game, you know? But it's a lot easier said than done. When you're sitting, big chilling with a very comfortable spot, it's hard to leave.
Yeah, and there's so many factors to consider before making a play like that. You got to weigh your risks, you weigh the rewards. And here, I think with Ace of Spades still on that northern side, it was just too big. This is, in my opinion, the right play. They have the zone, they have the high ground. Moving closer and closer to the Puppeteers team. Puppeteers, one of the teams next to them taken care of by Extreme Slayers, but there's still more to be done.
All right, but look, it's a battle at the Wizard Tower. BOPE doing a great job at shutting down Butterfly Effect. So they tried to make a kind of hedge their bets kind of push and got absolutely punished for it. And you can see right here, BOPE saying send the whole squad or send none. You know what I'm saying?
In Hyper right now with 7 eliminations, by the way. We haven't seen too much screen time, but their long-range accuracy, they're just picking up points everywhere right now. Nobody close to them.
And let's see what the play is going to be. Who's going to have the most eliminations at the end of this game? And Hyper, I think, is looking a little too good. So I'm going to go ahead and go with them as they're starting to put some big nades onto Ophelia from BOPE.
Yeah, Ophelia, the close-range specialist for the BOPE team. Apparently, though, not the nade specialist because he eats that one. And in Hyper, are they going to go aggressive? Or are they just going to hold this? This is a key moment. I want to see what kind of in Hyper we're going to get here.
I don't think it wouldn't hurt. I mean, this is a good position to be able to creep on, especially with all those smokes. Their sightlines are going to be pretty eliminated here. But, you know, still in Hyper said, we're not going to take that risk. How about we get a couple more nades in? And Koi, after that, just saying, okay, time to get back to where we need to be.
Okay. Fair enough. Many different ways to play it. I personally was rooting for the fact that they have so much zone control in the South, right? They have a team that's hurt. I personally would have loved to see them go a little bit aggressive, take a little bit of a risk. But it's fine. They leave GK first back there, though. Maybe if GK first hovers around there and gets another knock, then we'll see that full turnaround. But the zone's going to change by then. And YKG on the northern side, taking out the Puppeteers. HH24 in the midst of them, in the flank. They got to be careful about that.
All right, we got a nice little zone shift right here. And Hyper still in SLR is big chilling as well. YKG running over Dog. Poor Dog. Didn't even see it coming. And 224K getting that nice elimination. That's 9 for YKG. Question was, most eliminations, myself, Jason, and 7 included, all picked in Hyper. You picked YKG, Zute.
Yeah,
and they're looking pretty good right now.
They only had 4 when I picked them, and I saw in Hyper had way more, but looking at the zone and knowing YKG, all it takes is one crucial, pivotal team fight, and then YKG is going to start controlling the entire... Oh! Caught! Found!
Wow,
24K. Eyes of a hawk right there. HH didn't stand a chance, and this... Oh, this push coming in. This could be another 2 eliminations crashing right in. Clown, close range, trying to defend the shack, and look at that. Fear's only taking like 50% damage. There's another 2 points.
Night and day difference between YKG and Hyper, right? This was literally the same scenario in a way, right? YKG could have just pushed in from their side of the circle, played it safe, but instead saying, no, right? We know teams are beat up. Let's just clear them all out. We have the numbers advantage, and Hyper could have done the same thing just a little bit earlier to BOPE, but instead opting to let them live And, I mean, this is why we see YKG just dominating right now. 12 eliminations.
Yeah, nice shots from NHyper, though. Does knock one player out of YKG, but YKG should definitely be able to get that revive. They still have to worry about BOPE. They could have taken BOPE out a little bit earlier when they got that one knock. From our point of view, we saw how good of a fight that was if they decided to take it. But NHyper instead let them live. Now there's 3 players of BOPE just constantly being a thorn in their sides almost.
Yep, and that is because they let them live. You know, they could have easily just pushed them and take them out, but instead, now they're having to deal with them in the late game. Extreme Slayers at the bottom. Remix, man, I'll tell you what, it's good to see Extreme Slayers always here in the end game, putting some points on the board. It's good.
That's a team. Yeah, that's a team that I definitely want to see more of. You had them being one of the top teams. I don't think anyone else, you know, really thought they would come in that hot, but they are, and Remix in particular, definitely the standout player. He's going to have to really stand out now. Last player up for the team, not in the zone, and I think there's a lot of eyeballs looking over at him. I don't think he's going to be able to make it in.
He saw him. He sees him. He sees a little head. Ah! What a shot. Remix with absolute eagle eyes. Just applying pressure absolutely everywhere. But you know what? Remix. Your time to shine has ended, my friend. And I would not be surprised to see him just go out to the blue zone here.
Yeah, you don't need to give that point. I do want to see him peek one more time, you know, pop those shots and maybe get another knock. We'll see here. We'll see if Remix peeks out one more time. Well, I think that's his last med.
SLR is screaming for it. Peek me. Because they got either side of the tree both locked out. So Remix, absolutely toast in this position. But you know what? Going down with a fight. That's what we like to see. Yeah.
He did get that one knock. Couldn't convert it. But denies the point. Denies everything. New zone. Shifts to the west. Giving YKG and NHyper the zone. Also SLR. Kind of in that zone right there on the northern side. So poor BOPE got the short end of the straw. Just stuck out here. Cars blown up. And they have SLR and NHyper looking their way.
Well, this is going to be a tough one. Especially because it looks like all their vehicles are blown up like crazy. So trying to make a crazy push is not going to work out. Maybe they can get lucky, though. And if YKG somehow makes it to NHyper and third party him. But that doesn't look like it's going to happen here. I mean, even YKG in big trouble in this rotation.
YKG sending one player up, definitely risky, but they wanted a bit more map control. They know if they want to end the game on a win, they can't just all sit back, tuck in the corner. Chico just eating a massive slew of bullets there, staying alive. BOPE's time is pretty much done there with that circle shift. We're down to the last 3 teams. All 3 teams with 4 players up. And all 3 teams having a nice little chunk of the circle to work with. So it's the next circle shift that's going to determine a lot.
It definitely is. Now, how is this shift going to play out? That is my question. You can see Koi has his eyes on YKG and Hyper opting for that real thick split. YKG playing all together. Advantage to YKG is that if one gets knocked, they're going to get rezzed. But with some of these players from NHyper, they're going to be in trouble. Now, SLR does make the push, and Hyper is split up. So they do have a little bit of an opportunity here to take advantage of this.
Yeah, if it goes in the favor of SLR, YKG can definitely third party. 3 players over here defending. 2 of SLR knocks, so NHyper is holding the defense down really well. Koi eating a little bit of blue zone to throw that nade. Forces one of the players back. The nade just not landing enough, but Stellar does get caught. Koi with a great nade. 4 players still up for NHyper, and they're managing to hold this down. Kindness, the nades, the homing missiles coming in. It is just down to White Elegy right here.
White Elegy saw him turn around right there. Was like, where'd my team go? What happened? God, just like that. Kindness and the rest of NHyper, even when they don't have that advantage, they understand. They say, you know what? We're just going to sit back, throw a little red zone on you. We ain't got to worry about. How about Kindness with this nade? Ooh, pretty good, pretty well cooked, too.
Yeah. YKG hoping for a knock right now. One of the players of NHyper to get knocked, but honestly, I want to see a straight up 4v4 between these two massive titans. They still got to deal with White Elegy here. He's staying alive. He's managing to run all the way back for a revive.
Wow.
No, it will not happen. 4v4, Jukes. Who do you got your money on?
Ooh, it really could go either way at this point.
Quick, throw one out.
I gotta go YKG. They've just been playing it so much more aggressive, and Hyper's really good, but they are so split up. If this Nate gets on a Chico, though, they could be in trouble, but that's what I put my money on for sure right now.
Yeah. Oh, Chico does go down. 4v3 now.
Uh-oh.
Definitely a huge favorite for NHyper to win this fight now, but YKG is YKG. They're moving, they're hustling, they're trying to find a quick angle to answer right back to find some sort of knock. Chico gets thirsted. 24K gets naded. He was going to try and go for the revive. I think that's a huge mistake.
Oh, and Joey about to get caught out here from this angle. He does get some shots on Decoy as he goes back into the smoke, looking to catch that cheeky off angle onto Joey, and Joey is gonna get beamed. Oh my goodness! I said YKG, they didn't stand a chance. And Hyper showing up big time. That's the aggression I want to see right there.
Yeah, I think YKG was a little bit too slow to spread out. They spread out in response to Chico getting knocked. That wasn't proactive enough. They needed to do it before Chico got knocked. It was so easy for NHyper to focus down Chico first before any of the rest of YKG were even a threat. So good job for the side of NHyper, turning up that aggression at the end, moving faster than the likes of YKG.
This is the second time. This is the second time where I think I'm so used to seeing NHyper just sit, be comfortable, and try to make angles and plays for themselves. Instead, flip the aggression switch and absolutely pop off. Kind of 7 eliminations, 1,200 damage. So they have shown that they could do it, right? At this point, I think we're going to start seeing them do it more consistently here, Zoo, because this is 2 days back to back where they really flip that aggression switch right at the right time.
Yeah, this NHyper, I'm loving it. I do see more potential out of them, especially with them being aggressive and pulling it off right before we never see signs of aggression working every time they flip it on, and they flipped it on YKG of all teams.
Well, speaking of flip it on, let's go ahead and flip all these highlights and we'll be right back.
Okay, NHyper. All right, I'm starting to believe, man. That was a fantastic finish out of them in quite a few different fashions. So let's just go straight into it here so we can break this one down. NHyper, you got YKG off to the northwest, you got SLR towards their east, SLR crash, and what happens?
That SLR crash, I feel like it was expected, but also unexpected at the same time with the way that they were able to push on. But the way they were able to defend that NHyper, I mean, Koi was able to back up, and then something that you were mentioning to me when we were watching the fight is that GK first was holding off YKG all by himself in a way. He was holding off that angle and preventing any type of third party or preventing them to move up in any way, shape, or form. Overall, the way they were able, the composure too that they showed during the fight between SLR and then once Kindness finally ended up getting the last player from SLR, turning to YKG, getting himself in position to also knock Chico. What a performance. That was such a great play there by NHyper on that finale.
Yeah, we'll keep talking about as we take a look at our match rankings here. I mean, the way Koi, he had like Chico in 24, as he pushes up, right? He uses the smoke to actually gain some ground and uses the smokes of the other team against them. He pushes up to play around the edge of his own smoke. He's got 24K and Chico off towards like his left, and he's got Joey off towards his right. And he just decides to use that smoke to actually get an angle onto Joey while having his teammates cover him off on the high ground for Chico and 24K. Like that, the aggression, the play, I don't know, man. That like Koi right there just really sold me as being like a phenomenal player because he just used that situation to his advantage the best he could to help secure that match.
Yeah, ultimately Koi pushing up and starting to throw that utility towards where Chico was. That's what allowed Kindness to get the angle because Chico kept having to move back and forth and allow Kindness to play. I mean, we can talk even longer about this win by NHyper for them to get 25 points. YKG though as well, 13 eliminations for them. We saw them being able to take control of that outer circle. And as the Gasters were saying, as Sute and Hodgix were saying, they were just picking apart teams that were playing that outer edge. They made it seem so easy.
Dude, they had to go through Skills of Mine, Puppeteers, and when they went to Puppeteers, it was after Puppeteers cleared off Ace, so it was actually like a kind of a nice third party. While they're rotating, they get around AH24, who was just kind of like waiting from K19 there. Then they come back and take down Speedfire. Like they just really didn't care. They didn't show respect to anyone in the lobby. And why would you when you're able to pull off plays like this and you're able to be so successful? And also quickly there, Seven. PASSIONFRUIT 6 eliminations.
Yes. Yes and no at the same time. Yes, congrats on getting those 6 eliminations, right? That we're able to take onto Canadian Eagles very early on. And PASSIONFRUIT actually had a great push and a great reaction type by Juancho talking about synergy within the team. I really enjoyed that push that they did on Canadian react to help out his team whenever one of them ended up getting knocked. But also no on the push that they had on Extreme Slayers because that's when I feel like they're still working on that synergy. Nate decided to send it. The other two other players were in a vehicle ready to make that push as well. But Sixless was left all stranded, not really sure where he was going to go. And it seemed like an off push. They had to do the push, but it seemed like an off push because they didn't have nobody trying to angle towards Puppeteer that ultimately ended up third party in that fight. And I felt like it hindered them even more for PASSIONFRUIT.
I do wonder, though, if that was any other team besides Extreme Slayers or NHyper or YKG, would they have won that fight? Would they have been allowed to make those mistakes and get away with it? I mean, obviously, we won't really know, and it doesn't really matter for PASSIONFRUIT, right? Because you have to beat the best if you want to be the best. And speaking of the best, let's take a look at NHyper and their player stats in this last match. We saw Kindness, 1,200 damage coming through with 7 eliminations. Now, I know we're talking a lot about Koi, and he only puts up 563 damage and 3 limbs, but I saw the position, the communication, whatever it is within this team, they are playing like a completely different roster than on day one.
And it's something that I guess we really don't talk about much, but we'll probably maybe start highlighting it to the viewers as well. It doesn't always reflect on the stats when it comes to damage, when it comes to illims or knocks. As you were mentioning, just Koi being able to position himself there, position himself within that smoke, start throwing utility, forcing players to move around, making it a little bit harder on them, allow players like Kindness being able to put up those kind of numbers in regards to damage, in regards to illims. And Kindness, I mean, he's a player that we know he can put up those numbers as we've seen in previous seasons of PMPL NA. Overall, NHyper, keep it up because I want to continue to see more of this.
It's so weird to not see GK First be like the fragger, like the star of the team, because that's what he was in Panda in Europe. That's what he was when he came to NHyper here in NA, or he should have been. And yet Kindness, Koi, like this duo, I mean, I don't know how they're doing it, but like everyone's playing whatever situation they need.
Yeah, I was going to say within Hyper, especially Spring when they had QC was always regarded as the main fragger for that team. And especially in Spring Split, we saw Kindness started to step it up in a big way. And I feel like he has continued that. And now he has taken that major role of being the main fragger for NHyper.
So it was like QZ was like Paraboy and Kindness was like Order. And then Order started to surpass his sensei. Insane stuff, honestly, and I cannot wait to see what they're going to do later on today. But it is time to head into our third match. We're going to head over to Hot Jukes and Zute as we drop into Vikendi.
Match number 3, we're heading on over to Vikendi. All right, yeah, I love what the Death said. You know, we see Koi coming back into the mix, really. You know, I think invigorating and NHyper. We're starting to see a different squad than we have before. The aggression starting to turn up right when it needs. And honestly, I think it's long overdue. I'm excited to see it from NHyper, and I'm also excited to see them develop it here as time goes on, Zute.
Yeah, it's so good to see, and there's so many more games to play for them to develop this more aggressive play style. Hopefully, you know, we're reading it correctly, that this is their game plan. You know, be a little more aggressive, take advantage of things a little bit more, and it's not a fluke, it's not just circumstance that puts them in those spots. We'll see very soon, though. This Bikini match, we know this is a really good map in terms of aggression. So many teams fight early on here. A lot of the fights are isolated. I want to see some more straight up 4v4s and Ace of Spades. All the way in the northeast, getting into a hot drop again. Well, not Ace of Spades getting into a hot drop again, but
The
Eagles getting into a hot drop again against a different team.
Wow, where's Butterfly Effect, right? If they were here, we would obviously see them in one as well. But it's crazy to see how everything is shaping out right now. Butterfly Effect obviously not playing here in this one. Extreme Slayer's not playing as well. So that'll really open the door, I think, for NHyper to pass them up in this match, Zute, right? They're not too far away from them on the leaderboard. It's good to see NHyper start rocking and launching themselves upwards. This one could really just go ahead and put that statement, because if they want to develop stuff, Zute, the more points you put on the board and the bigger the lead you have, the more breathing room it allows you to do that, right?
And they're kind of in a, not a hot drop, but a... Ooh. Puppeteers as far as the angles. Crucial shot. Back down, and the long-range support lines are there. Rise has to give up that position. That gives NHyper a lot more breathing room, and Ren hits the shots when it matters most, catching that player right out the vehicle.
Nice play there from Rin. GK first in a 1v1 situation with Puppeteers. Rest of the team not even close to him here, so... And that's going to be on both sides of the board. So let's see how they decide to handle this. Now, there is Dong creeping up closely. So he either needs to take this fight right now or run away from it completely.
He's in a tough spot. NHyper did pick up that vehicle that they kind of shot down, so I do think the other players are coming to help out GK first. So GK first is trying to stall, but the angle's too many for him to worry about, and GK first goes down. But most likely get that confirmation, and it'll be a 1-for-1 trade. I don't think NHyper is going to be that aggressive to the point where they're going to just take this fight for no real reason. So NHyper is going to back off. Oh, never mind. This is a completely different NHyper.
Baby, that is a sign, if anything, right? Before we would see them give that up all day long, but that name from Dong Ding Dong onto Kindness might just punish her. Please don't make this, don't change NHyper. Please don't change back. It's okay. We'll take the push. It was a good push. Let's see how Koi handles it though. Oh, the shots underneath the vehicle is going to eliminate NHyper completely.
Oh, it answered our question of, did NHyper flip the switch? The answer is yes, but I think they might want to dial it back just a little bit.
No, I know they're going to be thinking, you know, hey, maybe we sent it a little bit too hard there, bud, you know? I love to see the fact that they're taking more of these risks, right? This is where I hate these situations, because a play like that, it's a 50-50, right? It could work, it could not. It didn't work out for them at that point. But that doesn't necessarily mean it requires an extreme overcorrection in the other direction. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't mean that all of a sudden now it's like, okay, you know what? We just died. You know, this isn't working. We got to go back to super hyper passive play. No. You know, there's certain situations where that calls out for, and sometimes it doesn't. And just right there, it just didn't work out for them.
I still want to say, though, I want to see them flip that switch when they're under a lot of pressure, right? In that situation, it was just like, do we go for it? Yes or no, right? There was no pressure. There was not a lot of factors to consider, and they went aggressive. That's not where I want to see them be aggressive. I want to see them in the late game, you know, one knock. We don't have to push this, but will we? I want to see that type of aggressive play style, but at least their heads, you know, thinking the other direction, Hotchukes. I'll give you that. They are definitely thinking to take more fights, which is a good sign.
I do have to agree with you here. You know, I want to see them go and start turning things up a little bit more and start taking a little bit more risks, because this ultra passive playstyle has just not been working for them in the overarching goal of, you know, North American greatness. So, yep, they did lose that one, but, you know, there's always what ifs. You know, what if Kindness didn't get naded? What if this could have happened, you know?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They
could have definitely gone the other way. So I hope that NHyper can see this and realize it and continue to try this kind of plays out, because all it takes, Zoo, is a couple plays like we've seen before, right? Like you in your zoom in, where Koi ran out and they won the game, when they got aggressive against YKG in the last game and they won the game. So it does work, right? It just
absolutely
finding the perfect situations is what's really key.
Yeah. Looking back at this Vikendi match, though, the circle all the way to the east in the very center, well, pretty close to the center, is Castle. So there's a chance we might see somewhat of a Castle finish this match. Fingers crossed, as teams are rotating in. K19 right here, pretty much almost dead center, just a little bit east of that Castle location. And many other teams just taking their time to rotate in from the outskirts of the map.
And let's see how these rotations are starting to work out. You got PASSIONFRUIT's completely split up. Color Me Shocked. You got Skills of Mind there on the south side, creeping their way in nice and safe, looking good. BOPE coming down from Cosmodrome through the north. You can see that right here. So let's see where this next zone's going to go. We're going to get a crazy hardship? Nope. It's usually Vikendi likes to center up for some reason.
Yeah, Vikendi just smack dab in the middle. We do see one team really smack dab in the middle. I do believe that is super lazy Reflex. They had a pretty good game last game too. Kind of NHyper and YKG, the showdown between those two kind of stole the show. But SLR put up a lot of points, and now they're in a good position to maybe pull out a huge one. We'll have to see in the late game what happens with Vikendi. It's so hard to predict Vikendi in these type of situations. So fingers crossed for them. YKG coming in from the north side. A lot of fights to be had for YKG. I want to see if they take some early 4v4 fights as Dong, the long range, the spray, connecting some shots, but not enough.
Getting some sight lines here from Castle. Ji-Woon getting that Zima shot up. He's going to go ahead and hop back in, make sure it's good. Yep, it seems to be okay. Going to hop back in the vehicle and continue this rotation for some more info. Ji-Woon has to be careful, though. It's these kind of scouting trips that could really bite you. And playing it a little safe here. You can see right there, that was one. Hyro, well, he drew the short straw, right, to go and see if this compound was taken. And guess what? It was.
Yeah. On a sled or a snowmobile as well. I don't know if they do have other vehicles for scouting, like this nice car that's a lot faster, with a lot more cover. So I don't know why they forced that guy on the snowmobile to scout out that building, but that's a mistake right there.
100%. So a full send, check, and punish for BOPE. They're going to hopefully learn that one here in the long run. Meanwhile, we're starting to see Dong does catch Ji-Woon. So Ji-Woon, another scout getting taken out here. You know, how do you feel about these single-player scouting plays, Zute?
I mean, it's great when done correctly, right? We see at the highest levels, scouts still being employed, just at, you know, certain points in the game and in a certain fashion and manner. So there's so many levels to this game, and it's constantly evolving. So, you know, back in the days, solo scouting, pretty easy. You know, you get away with a lot. People's aim aren't as good as it is now. Nowadays, you got to be very selective with the way you do things, and I think teams are still trying to learn and adapt to that.
Let me ask you this question, you know, for everybody watching out there, you know, let's use that last play that we saw for reference, right? The snowmobile scout. What do you think you would have done differently in that kind of situation that would have worked out better?
Not take a snowmobile if I'm like scouting. I'd be like, you have the car, you go do it.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Because, you know, getting beamed out of a snowmobile a lot easier than out of a dossier, you know? So yeah, that is definitely something to consider. You know, sometimes you can get away with it on a bike because it's so fast, But
Yeah.
like you mentioned, people's gun skills are so good these days. Even if you're full beaming it in a bike, you're gonna get shot out almost instantly.
Mm-hmm. Next circle coming here. Is it going to shift more towards Castle? Maybe Cement Factory? See in a second here.
Castle. All right. Both still in play. All right. Nice little easy, simple central circle. Maybe not so simple for Passion Fruits as they got to go ahead and push in from the west side. You got Canadian Eagles, Lotus, all got to go in from the north. Skills of Mine on the south. And not to mention, Execute started to creep in through Volnova. They don't have an easy rotation by any means of the word, but they are coming off a solid performance. So let's see if they can continue here.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any big potential setups for fights here. We do see Lotus. Way closer into center of zone, and there's so much cover and Bikini to play with. So fighting this early on or crashing, you know, is not really a must. And I don't think teams are going to fight at this point. You know, first early game fighting on Bikini usually happens in the first 2 circles if a team wants to go for a 4v4. At this point, it's a slow stage. It's teams just wanting to prioritize rotations and making it into the late game. And there's so many ways to rotate and go around here with so much cover in play.
Yes, indeed. You can see Execute looking to figure out where they're going to take. What cover are they going to get here? Here comes the 4-car rotation, and they're going to be trying to play this very carefully. Driving through a city, that's always a little dangerous, but it's so far out of the circle. I think they know that Volnova is completely wide open. You can see Dong with the first airdrop picked up. I wonder what he got. I'm going to guess an MG3.
MG3 is always nice. Ooh, fishy. Scouting. Not in a snowmobile.
Zima.
Yeah. If he was in a snowmobile,
Gone.
he's gone.
Yep.
Yeah. No way he's making it out of that. And
Deleted.
Zima's not really all that great either. The Zima blows up really quickly, but he still makes it out. BOPE, you know, down to 3. YKG picked one up earlier because they had a little snowmobile scouting incident. And you can see no team's really wanting to fight. They're just trying to get info and wait for the next zone shifts.
Good thing about the Zima, though, it's got that 4-wheel drive. It does have a little bit more traction when it comes to the snow. So it gets up and goes a little bit quicker than some of these other vehicles. So, yeah, it doesn't take a lot of damage, but you are able to scurry your way in time if you can. So YKG is scurrying at the top of the leaderboards right now with 2 eliminations. So they are big chilling. You know, we got 4 teams that have lost a player already. And Hyper, we saw, you know, get taken out a little bit earlier, but we got a bridge party looking for some action in the water. Someone's going fishing.
Well, one of the players of NOMADS jumped down, so he's here to ping where the enemies are. Where's his teammates to? Oh, yeah, he's got a teammate on that ridge line. There it is. Nicely done by 412 NOMADS. It's pinging exactly where the enemies are. The shots are coming in. Didn't get the knock though. He's got to be careful he doesn't get flanked by the other swimmer, Killjoy. He's going up behind him. New circle comes out. We do keep Castle and Cement Factory in. The eastern side, a little bit out of zone now.
They're out of zone indeed. Are we going to see that Castle hardship finish? I am sure hoping so, because trying to get to Castle through those bridges ain't going to be easy. And I want to see some chaos. So let's see if that's where it's going to end up here at the end of the day. As we look at teams setting up their positions, they're setting up these different checkpoints. They're starting to focus on where they're going to go next, because if that zone does go to Castle, they're going to have a hard time trying to get into it. So they better have a game plan ready to go at a moment's notice.
Still looking for these eliminations in the water. 412 NOMADS not able to find too much. 412 NOMADS do have a good amount of players up. So if they wanted to, they could commit a little bit more to this, but it looks like they're just going to play split, wait for more circles to happen, because they did get the zone. A lot of the eastern side of the zone is a bit favored, though, because there's way more landmass. There's a good chance we're not going to go west towards Castle. The Canadian Eagles, yeah, hello, occupied. I think this late into the game, the solo scouting not really should be done here, right? You see 55 remaining. We're getting into the late game. You gotta just assume, things are occupied.
Absolutely. I absolutely 100% agree. Towards endgame, driving is now under mandatory uses only. You know, in a situation where you're like, we gotta use this vehicle to rotate from here to here, or we gotta set up a car wall. That's the only time you want to be driving around, because if you're trying a crazy rotation, you are done for. The only exception being in a late game zone where it goes to a hard shift side where you truly think there's nobody there. I don't mind a hard shift. And a great example that we saw the other day, I saw in a previous tournament, was a C4. C4 pushed to the hard shift side and won the match from it. And there's a kind of reason why I had to pour some water on my face. So hopefully we could see some other teams here today prove me wrong. Where's this next zone going to go? Come on, bring it down to Castle.
To Castle. Southwest.
Castle.
Let's go. PASSIONFRUIT's making the breach right onto Castle. The zone did shift. Where did it go, though? It looks like not towards Castle. So PASSIONFRUIT's, you got a bit more ways to go here. Making a lot of noise, though. Dongs has been at this castle this whole match. This castle's mine, he says, and PASSIONFRUIT's, they're going to be in for a rude awakening very soon.
King of the castle. King of the castle. Dong. Up on top, looking down, and with this zone popping, I mean, look at this. There's only 29 seconds on the clock, so all these teams are in big trouble. I think they realize it. But Dog said, nope, I am the king. I am making sure that if I go down, I'm going down with my kingdom. And you can see Dog trying to get some shots on two PASSIONFRUITs. Both these teams are just stuck.
Yeah. Nate got around that corner just in time. Zuko looking to do the same. Is there going to be that repeat? No, it looks like Puppeteers are just hard camping this. And PASSIONFRUIT, they're just going to run around. I mean, it's not good for either. Some progress getting.
Well, question to you, Zute. Which team do you feel will finish in top 3? All right. Looking at this zone, there's so many different squads. I think it could go either way as we start to see YKG, a dominant force, in a little bit of trouble here. Gara getting taken out. That's going to be a huge finish right on time. This is circle number 5. Blue zone is very punishing here.
Ooh, zone is hurting right now. Excuse with the long-range sight lines, trying to gatekeep these players out in the blue zone. YKG, time's ticking. And I like what Excuse is doing here. They have the close zone. They're going to focus more on gatekeeping. They know they have a spot in the circle. Execute, meanwhile, on the southwestern side, getting into a little bit of a confrontation with Ace of Spades.
Let's see how they're going to finish it off here. You got Fate holding it down. Gonna go ahead and throw that nade and absolutely connect, but gets bodied in the process. Getting taken out once again. Now here comes Tensa. He gets shot up. Rest of the team there to support it. Man, it's so tough to see. You know what I noticed that kind of play right there? You know what comes to mind, Zute? Tensa being the IGL, making the call out to push, assuming his team is with him, and they're just not there as quickly as he called it out. That's what that situation looks like, at least in my eyes.
Yeah, it's just, you don't have to lose one there, but they do. Just like that Sandhawk game, they didn't have to lose a player there, but they did. So it's that same kind of mistake happening, and they need to clean it up. And here we have another fight breaking out. BOPE just cornered in that building. He does catch one. Fuego gets one with a DBS. Now it's a 1v2 situation. Can he pull this off? Speedfire, though, trying to hit him from both sides. So close.
Fuego should have did that little just peek back. He should have just kind of pre-fired that angle. But regardless, each their own, right? Nice fight there towards the end. And let's see where the rest of the game is going to end up as things are starting to heat up. We can just see the elimination feed just absolutely going crazy. Meanwhile, we got Excuse going up against YKG, and all it takes is one nade to rule them all. Easy point right there as YKG goes down. You know, one thing I think when I see a play like that, I'm going to go back to this execute fight as we start to heat things up here. You know, that is something that's so difficult for IGLs to really conceptualize. They have to be able to understand where the rest of their team is. You can't just say push and expect your whole team to be there. You as an IGL have to take a step back, even in intense moments, and look at the situation and say, guys, you guys are a little too far away from me. I'm going to wait. You call the push, but you stand still, wait for your team to get there, and then you push with them. So hopefully, I think that's a mistake I see Fate do that I would love to see finish. And if he's able to make that adjustment, I think it's going to really just develop their entire team as a whole.
Gotta agree with that one. It is difficult, though, because timings are a thing. And sometimes that's the IGL. You see a timing window, and you feel like you have to take it then and there. But two sides of the same coin, right? You need to be patient. You also need to be fast. K19 on this northeastern side, looking pretty good. 4 players still up. This is probably more towards the late game than we usually see a full team of K19. Maybe they can make something happen here.
Let's see how they opt to do it. We look at Wall Street Bets with some nice nades onto Excuse. And Killjoy backing on up. Just wanted to just poke at him a little bit, just annoying him. He still wants to kind of stay in that water because look at this. There's absolutely no cover in this position. So he's going to be in some serious trouble. Next zone is starting to get closer here. K19, I think, recognizing that one of the players from a couple of players from Excuse are out of position. They're rotating on in. So K19 is going to take a nice solid position here in the high ground. And they get zoned.
When it comes to the elevation, but there's a lot of teams uphill fighting. There might be a timing for them as Wall Street Bets gets the opening for K19. Will K19 take advantage of this? Execute coming up over the back now onto Skills of Mind, doing a great job with the nades. It's not done yet. There's still one player of Skills of Mind alive. Execute needs to play this carefully. I do not want to see them lose another player here.
You don't gotta play it carefully. It's Skills of Mind, and let's see how Execute decides to do it. Trixie Boy in trouble as he's the last remaining player, and he does go down.
Very well done for Execute. They still got another team to push by. Excuse with 4 players up, and as they're going downhill, Execute is probably going to get shot up by K19 as well. You got to be very careful here. They're going to need the silence. They're going to need openings if they want to go into a safety.
All right, well, let's see how Execute's going to handle this. Trick popping off so far. 5 eliminations all by himself. And anytime you have a player do this kind of performance, you know that they're going to definitely be excited. Let's see how Trick is going to get this done. As, man, I'll tell you what, this is a player that can perform at the highest level. And with 5 eliminations, I think we're just getting started. That was almost a really clean nade onto Excuse as well. And let's see as Tensa starting to make that push and does take out a player from PASSIONFRUIT. Good to see PASSIONFRUIT in the top 5, but not where we want to see them at the end of the day. Let's see who's going to continue this up as Excuse is grouping up. They do have a dominant position. They can't fight off more than they can chew, though. They have to focus on one team at a time, and Execute is obviously the greatest threat. And they eliminated. Beautifully done from Excuse. With the high ground, this chicken dinner should be all theirs. Skur looking to get this res off. Kind of a mistake. Rosh is going to see him come wide in the open. And, oh, actually, he's too focused. He's too focused on the other side. So really unfortunate for Rosh. Meanwhile, Skur gonna get that res. Opening up, looking to see how they're gonna make this play. He runs back, gets lit up in the process. Excuse is kind of, I think, just playing with their food at this point. It is a 2v2 though. It is a 2v2. So both these teams need to play this very, very carefully here, Zute.
K19 have the zone advantage, though. They got to... Oh, and they get a nade. Oh, it is done. They already had the advantage with the
Tesla,
zone.
run over. Run over.
But now they got the man advantage. Really? Pushing out of the zone? And a 2v1? That's kind of risky.
Missed him. Oh,
and
no!
Now the flick around. Oh, he lands the shots. Chronix puts in really good damage. He confirms the point, too.
Very smart. just in case. If you don't get first places, we got another elimination point. And you also want to reduce the amount of information that player is going to give against you. So very heads-up play from him. He goes for the laydown here. Now you see Rosh pushing out into the open. All he's doing is trying to get some information for his teammate. And he's going to get it. He's going to be able to tell Chronix exactly where Trip is. And Trip doesn't even see him. Here goes Trip. That nade could be good. Oh, that was too close.
That's really good damage. I don't know if Chronix has the time to pull off a heal. Yeah, under so much intense pressure right here, he can't heal. He might push over another good nade. Trip is banging him up right now. Chronix has to lay in some really good shots. Rosh gets finished.
Like, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. You know, please don't look this way. And try to distract him, but not able to do so. Those nades from Trip are absolutely disgusting. Chronix with the free fire. It can go either way. Who's going to hit these shots?
HP is the same. Back and forth to go. Peace, the DBS, the pumps. Back and forth. 1 HP for both players. And he takes it. Oh, my. What a chicken dinner right there. It came down to the wire. I didn't think it had to be that close. But K19, they managed to pull it off.
That was so beautiful. Those are some of my favorite games to ever watch because honestly, it could have gone either way when it comes to the 1v1. Sure, we could talk about, you know, how they could have avoided those situations, all this and all that, but it's those games where you just want to sit back and just enjoy some high quality PUBG Mobile. You know what I'm saying? Who's going to hit that last shot? And it was Trip, baby, that got it done. 8 eliminations on the squad. Trick with 5. Chronix with 902 damage. Looking real good.
Yeah, that ending was really cool to watch, that 1v1. But Jukes, you got to remember, that was a 2v1 for K19. And K19 had the zone. And Chronix had to push down into the open when the other team had the number advantage and the zone advantage. I think Skirt kind of, you know, threw that one. I don't know the whole play with driving up the hill. I mean, it made for good excitement, good entertainment. That's for sure, though.
My point exactly. Goodness gracious. Still more action to come up, guys. I can't wait to see what, of course, Seven and Jace have to say right after these highlights.
I'm going to say something here, Hot Jukes. High quality my ass. Are you kidding me? K19, what the hell were you even doing? It's a 4-on-2. You have the zone. You get so lucky that excuse to lose like 1 or 2 players from the blue zone. You get a knock. And Skur's like, oh, it's a perfect opportunity to go in 1v1 and lose. Like, what are you doing? That was horrible. What are you eating? Is that your air? What is that, a helmet?
Let him cook. Let him cook. I'm with you. I'm with you. That was
K19 did not deserve that win. I'm sorry.
They didn't. They really didn't. Skur, with that push, I think he got a little bit too hyped up when he got that knock with the nade. And also another team, you know what, since we are kind of calling out bad plays, Skills of Mine. What are you doing? They had 2 players outside the circle. Wasted wasn't even nowhere near the circle. He gets knocked. For some reason, one of the Skills of Mine players is like, you know what? Maybe I can go try to go back him up. No! Go to where Trixie was. Trixie had a great angle on K19. He was even knocking players as well. Just bad plays. Hopefully they can go back and watch the map stream and just watch the gameplay and improve from it, because man, those were some questionable plays that will not fly if any of these teams make it to Americas.
Yeah, man, that I don't know what to say, but what I can say to make this more of a positive note is I'm so happy at least that we have Monster Energy as our official energy drink partner here at PMPL, because teams need to unleash the beast. And I don't know what they were unleashing there at a K19, but that was definitely not the beast. That was definitely not Monster Energy flowing through their veins, man. Let's see our match rankings here. Like, I know we're being harsh, but like, come on, man, you cannot make that mistake in NA. Like, anyone's gonna punish you in the world. Vampire would have seen that; they would have slaughtered you. No,
Alpha 7.
Anyone would have slaughtered you.
Yeah, yeah. I'm with you. I just know I'm with you, and people need to understand too. We need to start being a little bit harsher on these teams, because if they do make it to Americas, that's going to be tough to play against the Brazilian teams. We saw what happened in the first Americas, and if they even make it to PMGC, oh boy, don't even get me started with some of the teams currently that are going to be going to PMGC, and these teams won't even have a chance. Okay, NA, I don't want to be embarrassed again over here by Jason and Maxman when they're just looking at me saying, NA where? NA who?
I can't this year though, right? Because I've been doing NA the whole year, man.
You still did
I'm
it.
on your side.
What's your
now Max is gonna beat us up, and what are we gonna say about that?
We'll
Looking down the list though,
okay.
Execute. I mean, 12 points. Like, they had Tensa in. I think 7. You actually noticed that it was Tensa in for Casper.
Yes. Well, technically, if we go by the previous days, it was kill switch in for Casper, which is an interesting switch. And it leads me to believe that they're currently just testing out stuff within that team to see which roster would play better, which I'm completely okay with. This is what week 1 is for. And currently, I mean, they're playing to a point where everything seems to be working out in regards to at least they're able to get some points. As you can see here clearly on your screen, 12 points. And then if we go down and Hyper, going way back to what Hot Jukes and Sutil was saying, I'm with them. I'm in regards to them being a little bit more aggressive. I'm with what Hot Jukes was saying. Do not try to change that aggressiveness. And I'm also with what Sutil was saying, that they can maybe just try to flip that aggressive when they need to. They really didn't need to push that fight just for one player so early on. It would have been better if they just sacrificed that player.
I think they were just feeling it, you know? They're just kind of like, I'm just going to go for it. Maybe we can take a look at our overalls here and see if anything has changed up as well, because YKG, I think they have one match over Extreme Slayers, so I think they should be in first. Yeah, there we see a 14-point lead at the moment for them, but Hyperman, 3rd place. They have just shot up the leaderboards over the course of day 1 to now day 2 and 3.
Look at I know we're looking at the top 3, but look at the drop-off.
Yeah.
The insane drop-off between 3rd place and 4th place. That is...
How many points is that?
That is 47, if I'm not mistaken.
Are you confident in that?
I am very confident. That's my final answer. I'll take 1 million UZ.
Okay. Just going to pull out my calculator real quick. 116
take away the
minus
1.
69. 47. Nice. You did it. You nailed it.
Yes.
Well, you can see here, Execute, they've also moved up the leaderboards as well, right? 64 points for themselves. This is a good showing out of them. Looking at the rest, though, I feel like Ace of Spades has been kind of like a little bit of an awkward team, right? We haven't really seen good, consistent results out of them. I mean, like, they have a high eliminations, yes, but they're placing. They have the lowest out of every other team on the front page. And
I kind of feel like they're taking advantage that some of the other teams that were fighting for that 4th spot are currently just falling down. I'm talking about Canadian Eagles. You can see them there in 8th place when they were a lot higher in 6th place, trying to take over that 4th spot. Today, so far, Ace of Spades only has 6 points. So an awful day for them so far. And that's what we're seeing Execute being able to climb up and get a lot closer to them. Overall, what I'm currently shocked at, if I'm being honest, is how big that gap is between 3rd place and 4th place.
Honestly, though, 7, I feel like this gap's not going to be closed on. I feel like we have our 3 teams that are just the most dominant at the moment in the region. Maybe in a week 2 it could potentially change, but I think that we're to consistently see these 3 teams here towards the top every single week.
Yeah, I could see maybe Execute starting to close that gap if they continue to play the way they have been playing here today. If they continue to improve the way they have been able to improve in day 2 and day 3, I could see it happen. Another team that definitely needs to improve, though, is PASSIONFRUIT Esports, because I was talking about them. Hey, maybe today, you know, day off, they're going to have a great chance to be able to come back and do a lot of things. Well, they've been able to get 13 points, which is good, considering they only got 14 points in the first 2 days. So it's an improvement already. but we need to see a lot more. We need to continue to see a little bit more placement points out of this team, because I feel like that's currently where they're slacking in a big way. If they can just stay alive a little bit longer, those eliminations, especially if they can keep at least 3 of their players alive, they're going to come on easier, because we know the skills that those players have. We know that they'll be able to get those eliminations.
I think that might have been their highest placing match so far. I don't have any grounds for confirmation on this. This is just a stat I'm putting on the top of my head, but I kind of feel like that.
Yeah, previously it was 7th place, so I think it was. And
Okay.
who were they fighting in Castle? Wasn't it Puppeteer? I was actually surprised.
Yeah, it was Puppeteer.
Yeah, I was surprised that they were actually last that long. When Puppeteers were holding the castle, they made a good push there.
Okay, well, it is time to head back to Erringo. We have our 4th match of the day ready to go. So let's head back over to Hotjukes and Zute to hear about some more high-quality action.
Jason, speaking of high quality, you gotta focus, brother. You gotta focus. And the reason why you gotta focus is because that 1v1 was high quality, all right? It was cool to see, dude. It's cool to see some 1v1 action. You know what I'm saying? What if he hit that Tesla? You know what I'm saying? Sometimes the Tesla's just too good. You're like, you know what? I'm running him over. If you would have hit it, it would have been good. But was it the right play? No. No. Well, high quality decision making? No. But you said 7. Hey, this is what would happen if we saw these teams in Americas? I'm gonna be real right now. I'm gonna be shocked if we do. Okay? I'll be shocked if we do see them in Americas. That's why I said that. They have a lot to do in order, I think, to even be considered to be a contender here at this point.
Well, if high quality entertainment translates to high quality action, then I gotta agree with you. That was some high quality action. I just want to say, in my zoom in, I talk about, you know, how great it was that Nova pushed outside of the zone. They went outside of the cover of the, you know, that they had. I praise them for it. That, ladies and gentlemen, was not the right way to push outside of the zone. So to clarify, just make sure there's no confusion. Pushing outside of the zone isn't always something that's going to be, you know, the correct play. So it's in certain situations. But hey, K19, they still got the chicken. We got some good entertainment. It made for some good gameplay. More power to them.
Take it to the bank, baby. All right. Well, let's get this Airgale
hold
match.
On. YKG in the Southwest against Execute. Again, round 2.
Wow. All right. So a battle of Primorsk. YKG and Execute refusing to give it up. And not to mention, we normally see YKG take it, and we've seen Execute, you know, do that fairy peer split. But it looks like, they want Primorsk for themselves.
But this is a new Execute, you know, with Kill Switch in here. And man, it's not going to change much when it comes to Joey.
Oh,
he
gross.
didn't stand a chance. I don't think he
Gross.
even had a chance to shoot back. That was...
I love it.
You know when we say there's levels to this?
Yes.
Besides Joey changing the elevation level of, you know, when he's crouching, there's levels to the close range skill. Joey made that look so easy that the other player, he may as well have been like some random player you fight in your, you know, regular games. Like, didn't even get a chance to shoot back.
Let me put it an example for some people to understand. If this was a game of basketball, that was the equivalent of just getting dunked on. You know what I'm saying? And the crouch in your face was a different level of getting dunked on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No joke right there. So if you're Execute, like the second that happened, they instantly left Primorsk. They say, you were out of here. Okay?
Yeah.
So I think at that point, you got to realize, you know what, guys? They're just better. You know?
Who was it? Who was it that went down? I didn't even get a chance to like catch the player's name.
Was it?
Either way, Jigs. I just want to say, like,
Trick, right? Yeah, it was Trick.
No shade onto Trick whatsoever. Trick would body like 90% of other players. You know, like if you want to 1v1 him. I'm just saying when there's levels to this, it's because I know how good Joey is at close range. And it is just, like, as a casual viewer, you might be like, man, I could have done better. No. Joey's a beast when it comes to close range. So for him to dominate the other player like that, it is no like shade thrown at the other player.
Yeah, no shade at all. He did get bodied, but no shade. You know, he tried his best and it wasn't enough, but no shade. I agree.
Yeah.
That's with all due respect, right?
Mm-hmm.
With all due respect. Sometimes you gotta say it. Sometimes you gotta say it. And with
Have you
all
ever
due
1v1 Joey, by the way?
I have not, for reasons. For reasons. I have 1v1 Coops, and that didn't work out in my favor.
Uh-huh.
I'll tell you that right now. You know, 7 1v1 skills of mine by picking them in the last match, and that didn't work out either. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes we make bad decisions here, Zute.
I see. But yeah, I was surprised that Execute once again wanted to challenge YKG in that area. Both teams knew it was coming, right? Both teams knew there was going to be a hot drop there if either one of them goes there. Maybe Execute was feeling confident. They've been doing well today, and they have like a kind of switch up in the roster. But that won't change the fact that when it comes to close range, I think pound for pound, YKG has the best close range players on their team.
I agree.
Like each single one of them. Like if you want to give me the top 4 out of all the players playing in this, the top 4 close range players, I think 3 out of 4, if not 4 out of 4, are all on YKG.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. And not to mention, it's not just about their individual skill, it's how they play together in the CQC. But look at this. Let's see how these two teams are going to do it. Super lazy reflex, having to take some big shots onto the Puppeteers. Oh. Stellar doing so great in the front lines, making some huge plays. You can see them. Uh-oh, this nade could be gross. Rise, throwing it down. Does it connect? It does.
Oh, it does.
Wow, that has turned things around. 1 player up left for SLR.
Man, what a great nade. XEZ, the last one up now. He's got to go aggressive. Can't let the other team have priority of the type of engagement they want to take. He's trying, and then Puppeteers bring it right back. That's one of those situations, right? You get the few openings, and it's like, if the other team isn't pushing you, they're doing something, and they were cooking. They were cooking that nade. They needed to push into the compound right afterwards. You're not getting that revive. If they're not pushing you, the nade's coming your way.
I gotta agree. And you know what? This is also a great example in the other direction. You know, when you're making those pushes, you gotta be able to complete them. You gotta be able to get it done in those situations. And, you know, a great punish. And, you know, moreover, those situations where you're on your back foot and you're down a player, some teams, they'll just leave. Right? They'll try to find a way to just run away and take the loss. But I love the fact that they still cook that nade, because you could turn it around, right? You can turn it around with one little play. All it took right there was one nade, and they ended up winning that fight.
Yep. You got to take your fights here. Really no point in just running away, because if you run away, you're down to solo, a duo. Like this early in the match, placement points are no longer really, you know, a thing. You got to make it to the late game for those placement points to come in. So just take the fight, trust in your gun skill, trust in your nade skills, and it worked out for them. For the other side of things, though, super lazy reflex, I've seen those moments happen all the time, right? You have 2 teammates knock to you, you just crashed compound, you got the knocks, you're going back and forth, you don't know what to do, just keep going, right? You gotta keep going and keep making space. If the other team isn't reacting, oh, they are reacting. You just don't see them with that nade behind cover.
100%. Speaking of cover, let's see who is going to begin the most in this next circle. Very, very common zone, but it could shift anywhere here at this point. BOPE, pretty central right now, near Potato Hill. You have Execute, licking their wounds and going all the way up north. So looking to possibly go into that northern island and rotate around. So very bold. You can see them there on the left side of the map. And the next zone is gonna pop. Where are we going? Remember, NHyper is not playing in this. So, I mean, it's so crazy. Zute, by the way, Ace of Spades, nice. Look at the difference between them and NHyper points-wise.
And the top 3. The butterfly effect. We cut down excuse here. They already got 2 bucks. First one was out. Second one was they thought they could get the revive, but now that they have 7% excuse, all the way around to the other bridge Butterfly effect, nice too.
Punish him. Good to see Butterfly Effect putting some points on the board and actually seeing them in the end game here, Zoo, because they always take those early engagements and we've seen them get punished too many times, more often than not.
Yep. Excuse. Forced to go all the way back around. It's like, may as well take my time and loot a little bit more since half the team's already dead. Matt, popping that syringe. I think he's trying to find... I know what they're doing. They're like, okay, circle is super far away. We're not going to get there anytime soon. Let's just, I don't know, loot a little bit more. Why not?
Get some loot and scoot. Let's see YKG scooting that. Look at that vehicle, man. Yeah, the Galaxy looking real good. Heading on into the next zone.
That's very nice. Riding in style. They deserve it too. YKG, definitely one of the top contenders here. Matching car skins too. They have, you know, we talk about synergy. They got skin synergy. They even rock the same car skins and weapon skins probably.
Let them know, you know, keep it on brand, baby. Keep it on brand. 24K backing it up, protecting that vehicle. And let's see exactly where the rest of the teams are going. Excuse doing the most safe rotation I think I've seen in the history of PUBG Mobile. Playing it very, very carefully. As we look, I mean, I have a feeling it's going to be a Yasnaya finish circle here, Zute. What about you?
I hope it finishes out in the fields just south of Yasnaya.
Yep.
Those are always really good ones. The amount of smokes that come down into that late game is beautiful to see.
Beautiful to see indeed. You know, those hugging them hay bales, trying to make plays. You know, that's one of the most difficult to play, but one of the most fun to watch, in my opinion. So let's see where it does end up going. As Lotus is going to be taking the spot right here. And that is a pretty good location. There's a lot of valleys and dips there that they can really utilize as cover. And it's pretty easy to rotate away from. It is on the edge of that circle. You see it there on the left side. But regardless of where the zone goes, they should have a rotational path on in.
We'll see. Next circle coming up. And, well, it pulls right down to those fields. The Yasnaya is still in zone. But, man, not a lot of space to play here. We do know majority of that zone, Jukes, is just those hay bales you were talking about. So it's going to be a tough one for these teams to navigate.
It's going to be a tough one indeed. Let's see how tough it'll be at the end of everything here. Skills of Mind playing it very, very carefully and trying to put something on the board. Meanwhile, let's see YKG as they're holding down Alamo right now. Big chillin'. So Joey's on the off angle, just looking for some more angles. The calm before the storm right here as they get ready for the end game.
YKG on that south side, just where they want to be, you know, a little bit more towards the edge, keep their backs safe, and they'll deal with whatever goes in front of them. Butterfly Effect, one of the teams to go in front of them. They're going to try and take one of these mini dips on the fields. Chico spots that, passes the info around. I'm looking elsewhere on the map. I mean, there's still so many teams that need to come in here on the northern side. I'm looking at Skills of Mine, Execute, and Speedfire. Those teams all need to make it in, and Yasnaya not occupied. South side of Yasnaya not occupied either. That'd be a great spot for these teams to take. They'll have
I gotta agree.
A lot of coverage of the zone.
100%, 100%. But you better take it sooner rather than later because spots are getting taken up by the second. You can see Robert getting some angles right here. As we're looking, 4-1-2 centered up in this next zone. Now we can go ahead and see exactly where everybody is. Now let's break it down. Let's see Speedfire putting in some pressure onto Excuse. This is going to be all the way on that northeastern side of the map. Remix doing a great job. Extreme Slayers, pretty quiet here today, Zute. Really quiet, but you know what? Maybe this could be their time to shine.
Yeah, they're getting some free points, I'd say, on Speedfire. That was a very messy pull-up. You gotta assume all edges of the circle are taken. They pulled up to that edge thinking it was clear, and they are gonna get punished. Extreme Slayers finishing off that team so quickly, like they were never even there.
Never even there, indeed. So, Extreme Slayers finally showing a little bit of magic that they had yesterday. That is super fortunate for them. Now, let's continue on with the rest of the match, right? They won the battle, but are they going to win the war? That's the question that we have. Let's see where this next zone decides to go to, all right? Are we going to get that Yasnaya Fields finish? You can see that's going to be right where Ace is. Skills of Mine. They were begging for it at this point. Let's see if it does. Okay, it is going to center on up. So some of that field is still into play, but that road is rough. Yeah, there's a couple little bowls that you can hold, but it's definitely a juicy one.
Yeah, this is so juicy. The east side of that road pretty much is on lockdown by K19. They have the compounds that are on those plateaus. They can see almost everything on the eastern side of the road. And the west side, well, I mean, YKG can see a lot from that little edge of the zone that they have on the south with the hilltop. There's gonna be a lot of players going out in this zone, Jukes, and a lot of full sends into little divots. A lot of smoke's gonna need to come down as well.
Let's see where they opt to go. Puppeteers gonna be holding down that north building there, right there next to that station, and Prize is gonna be up on top of it, looking for some angles. 5-stack, he has a really good one. Skills of Mine, trying to go ahead and take the Wizard Tower. Oh my goodness, getting shut down by Ace of Spades. Skills of Mine, just not able to get anything going here.
Man, that defense done so well from Ace of Spades. They had a player in the tower locking it down, and the second got pressure, the rest of Ace of Spades were there to support him. They keep all four up, they get the zone as well. Skills of Mine just down to Trixie Boy. Once again, I feel like it's always Trixie Boy last alive.
You hate to see it. Trixie Boy, yeah, last one, and he's just not able to get anything done for his team. You can see him hunting down, trying to get some points. These are those bowls I was talking about. This is going to be where a lot of that coverage is going to be. Meanwhile, Butterfly Effect, coming up on the Rosh, and nice little play there to take him out. And there goes Excuse. 12 teams remaining here.
12 teams remaining. Skills of Mine with only one. So right now we have YKG on the southwest, one of the titans of the match or of the tournament. They're going to lock a lot of teams down on the southwest. And then K19, they had a good game last game as far as, you know, them getting the chicken dinner. They're in a great spot as well on the east. So it's hard to say who's going to come out on top of this one, Jukes.
It really is. It could be anybody's game. Nobody is really standing out to me. 412 maybe. 412 has a really good spot in the center of the zone, but you know, they have a little bit of trouble when it comes to finishing the game. You know, this spot's good, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of teams just decide to prioritize it and rush them, and how they defend it is going to be the question. I'll tell you one player, though, that I keep my eye on. It's going to be Remix. Remix is a beast. Now, unfortunately for him, right, a lot of his team has not been able to put up the performance that they have here today. So if Remix is able to kind of start heating things up for his squad, the rest of his team, I think, could really rally and make something happen.
We have YKG here putting on a clinic. This is how you hold the edge of zone. Spread out, pushing everybody away. And it's done so well. It's not so much them getting the opening knock, it's just their positioning forces so much control onto the other team that even if the other team has 3 up still, they have to run away. It's like they can't even fight.
Can't even fight. Let's see who's going to start fighting here in the next few seconds. Extreme Slayer is trying to... they're going to be in a great spot. The rest of the team needs to start getting to Hayuya, and they're going to be able to gatekeep K19 as we start pushing on in. Let's see where... Man, with this kind of zone, it's going to be pretty tough. YKG is going to have a hard time even getting in here because there's not a lot of coverage here from this side.
Yeah, I think YKG can use that hill down to the south for a little bit while longer before the BULUC closes in. BULUC right now getting into a fight with Ace of Spades on the western side. Both teams just trying to fight for whatever they can in this small, ever-shrinking zone. BULUC will come up out on top with 7 eliminations. They do lose a player in the process. Ace of Spades completely knocked out of there. Chico just popping shots at everyone. He gets a knock on to 412, which is dead center at the compound. I don't know if YKG is just going to full send that because the risk of third partying will be so high. See what YKG does very soon.
What is the play? What are they going to do in this situation? As we start seeing Chico up on top, waiting for Joey to come give him a nice little ride here. There he goes, and he's off. On the move,
Yep.
Kubi looking for some angles. This is where those sneaky plays are gonna start coming out. Butterfly Flake trying to be very, very quiet. Uh-oh. YKG.
Wow.
Wow.
Nice.
That was gross. He noticed that they had risk of being run over, hops into his vehicle to avoid the vehicle, then pops back in. That was insane.
Nicely done. That was like, what do you call those people that have the red cape with the bulls?
Matadors.
You know what I'm talking about?
Matadors.
Yeah, that was some Matador action
Ole.
right there.
Ole, 100%. That was nuts. Imagine being the player driving in that situation where
It's
you
like,
just
where'd
see
he
him,
go?
when you just see him hop in the car and then pop back out. I would just be like, I got bodied, boys. It did not work out. You know, like just, oof. That is tough. That's tough. Okay, meanwhile, K19, speaking of tough, right? They have all players up, but they are doing a 2-2 split. Skur and HH24 did find a position in this next zone. It's not a very good one, though, and that's just due to this terrain. There's not a lot of coverage here. So you can see Trip in the back line trying to apply some pressure. They have a little bit of room to breathe, so this 2-2 split isn't bad for now, unless we see a team try pushing up on them on this edge.
Extreme Slayers down to 3 right now. They had 4. See if they can keep all 3 up as a beautifully done nade right onto Fuego there. So much contention here in the northeastern side because there's these bulls, right, that completely separate the team. K19 and Extreme Slayers are right next to each other, but just the elevation causes a complete divide between that. And you see Execute on the northeast getting gate kept by the Puppeteers. Next circle is about to pop out. YKG will use that very small hill that they still have in their favor before being forced to make the next play.
Oof, and they know they're going to have to run wide out in the open here on this next zone, most likely, unless they get a crazy shift down south. They do get it. Wow, that's actually a really good zone for them, right? They don't have to move that far up. Well, unfortunately for them, that's not good coverage either way, but a better zone than most. Meanwhile, you got like BULUC CHABTAN being like, oh, we're done for. Butterfly Effect in the same position as well, because 412 should be in a good position to gatekeep them.
412 need to put out a lot of pressure fire to make sure they don't get double crashed here. BULUC will just take the fight with Butterfly Effect. I like this. You know, both teams know if they go first ahead of the other, they're going against 2 teams, so they may as well just take the one team on, which is each other. Mutual destruction assured almost. Butterfly Effect getting a nice nade. Another one trying to follow it up, and it's good. BULUC down to 1, but they are getting cut down as well by... Is that skill? 412, yeah, 412 in the distance, putting down pressure, and another nade onto Butterfly Effect, and it's actually Butterfly Effect that will go out. BULUC trying to get the revives, will get 1. They're down to only 2.
Beautifully done from them. Meanwhile, K19 still alive. 412 still up in the mix, of course. After that, they're going to be holding this entire side of the zone all to themselves. Which team will win the match? Looks like a lot of us are going to be going on the side of Extreme Slayers. They have been fragging out. They are a top 3 team right now, and we've been waiting to see them really heat things up. You know, Jason going for most eliminations, and that is going to be tough right there. You know, seeing YKG go down always hurts.
Yeah, in the midst of all that action between Butterfly Effect and BULUC, YKG full sent K19 on the eastern side, and K19 held it down. You know, we were questioning their plays last game. You know, I'm sure Jason was, but hey, K19 took out the team that Jason picked. Maybe that's a little bit of a karma.
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what it is. Well, let's see how karma's going to work out for Rise for Puppeteers. Uh-oh, DBS shot. Nice leans. Really nice leans. Tricky Z is done for. Wow. So Trixie running out wide in the open, getting rotated on, and absolutely bodied by Rise.
Yeah, Rise doing a really good job for Puppeteers as a solo right now. 5 eliminations, and he's making it into the late game. 5 teams left. We're down to 5, Jukes. There's this massive divide in the road. K19 and Extreme Slayers, the two deadly teams on the east, and then you have 412 who's got in the zone, and they're making work of everybody on the west side of the road.
Yes, they are. So let's see how they're going to play it. I think K19 has a chance, right? K19, if they're able to win this battle with Extreme Slayers, this is going to be, I think, the big deciding factor. Don't want to count out 412 as well, though. 412 have their entire squad up. They could definitely make something happen. They've been a little bit quiet here inside of the zone with only 2 eliminations. Meanwhile, Extreme Slayers with 7, so they are not afraid to get into a fight.
Definitely not. 412 getting a run over, though. It looks like they realize they have the advantage on the west side of the road, and they're trying to clear it all out for themselves to play it. Will it be rewarded? Where is the zone going to go? Is it going to go down in the middle, or is it going to favor? No, it does go down in the middle, so 412 in a great spot. They could kind of sit this out and let Extreme Slayers and K19 get closer and closer and fight each other.
Yep, and look at K19, little indecision right now. They're trying to go ahead and get looted up, preparing for the rest of the game. Oh, what a nade. So there goes Puppeteers, gone. We're in a top 3 situation, baby. It's Extreme Slayers, 412 and K19, and it honestly can go either way. It's really up to timing right here. Taking those fights, hitting those shots, and doing it at the right moment is going to be critical because there's not a lot of coverage in the zone.
Yeah, 412 definitely has the advantage, though. They can wait as long as they want for the other 2 teams to start fighting, and then third party. But the other 2 teams, Extreme Slayers and K19, they realize this. They know if they start fighting, the other team across the road is going to try and third party somehow, some way. So this is going to be a stalemate of a circle if every team plays it correctly, in my opinion.
Let's see, the calm before the storm. K19 laying in the midst. You can see there HH24 behind the broken vehicle, playing it very, very patiently. 412 spreading out a little bit, right? Trying to find some angles. Free point is the only concern in my eyes. He's a little bit too far away to where if he gets knocked, there's no saving him. So he has to be careful for a desperation push. It's not going to happen right now. We're going to see this entire zone go down to nothing. So for all you guys, if you can get a cup of Monster Energy, go get it. You have 37 seconds before we start getting into something.
Yeah, it looks like these teams all realize the situation at hand, and so neither team wants to make the first play. Nobody even peeking to try and go for a knock, because if you get a knock, what does that mean? You go push them, and then you get third party by 412. So everybody just waiting and hoping the circle favors them and blesses them. I would like to see the circle go east, if anything. Make 412 have to make the first play. We'll see in just a few moments, Hot Jukes, where this circle is going to go.
This is where the paranoia kicks in, right? This is where your IGL is just going and theorizing, right?
God.
Just saying, oh my goodness. All right,
Rip.
well, rip Extreme Slayers. This is going to be a tough one. They know the play. The only play they have is to push up on K19. That's the only one, right?
Yeah.
So they have to make the push. K19 needs to realize that all their eyes need to go in the direction of Extreme Slayers and then focus on 412. And if you're 412, I think once you start noticing these shots pop off, I think it's time for you to push up and start getting into that third party action. Timing is going to be critical, though.
K19 has to have their head on a swivel right now. They got to watch for the potential third party, and more importantly, watch for Extreme Slayers, because they are a deadly squad. Look at how close Robert has gotten using the cover of that bush. And he might expose himself a little bit here, but I won't be surprised if they got nades. They're gonna start clearing out these trees.
Robert, he's found the bush that he's gonna be hanging at for as long as he possibly can. He does, and those 3 nades can be gross. Hayuya, I like the fact that he's getting in that buggy just to get some sight lines, right? He's trying to safely scout, so he's using that buggy. It's a little bit too fast for somebody to just instantly delete it, so he's using that 3-peak advantage to get some sight lines. Gotta be careful, though. Those nades are getting a little mighty too close for comfort.
Robert's still not spotted. Just one more, prone out. Yep, he will get spotted. Down. Extreme Slayers down to 2. They make it into the zone, but however, getting into the zone this late in the game is not as important as having more players up to take the fights that are inevitably about to come their way. 4-1-2, just relaxing right now. And K19, they still have 4 players up.
I like that 4-1-2. The second they heard shots, they got in some vehicles, right? They're still trying to play it aggressive. They're going to start throwing a lot of utility, though, onto K19. Actually, no, onto Extreme Slayers. So Remix and Hayuya, 2 veterans of this game. These guys could definitely make something special happen. It's going to be really hard to do, though, from this position. This is Circle 9, though. Circle 9, the zone is going to go down into nothing. So all these teams have 2 minutes to try and get the best advantage they can before that happens.
Yeah, look at the amount of nades being thrown out now, knowing this is the last final zone. It is a red zone out here, and somehow not a single knock yet from all the nades. And Skur getting a little bit antsy, goes for a heavy spray, finds it, and here comes 4-1-2, the buggy running over a player. And now it's K19 and 4-1-2.
Here they go. So both of those teams focusing on the same squad to say, hey, you know what? Extreme Slayers, they're already at the top of the leaderboards. They don't need the points. We do, though. So let's go ahead and get it done. You can see the runovers from Yusuf onto HH24. Gets the finish. The buggy coming in so strong. He does get knocked out. But that advantage, I think it could have been enough.
Could have been. Tukey is up, though.
Friendly
Same with Trip. 2v3, 2v2 situation, Jukes. They even the numbers. It could go either way. Nades still in hand. Low toss. A high toss nade. Oh, that one looks good. Free point goes down to 1 HP. Trying to stay alive behind that smoke. He has time to run back and get a heal off because the blue zone is closing extremely slow right now.
HH24 wants to get res, but I don't think they're going to have time. The zone is going to close into absolute nothing. Ooh, super risky res here. Super risky. It's going to be up to Trip right now because it's really just him. While his teammate is getting resed, I think they are going to get the pickup at the last second, yeah, so just on time. And here they go. The nades, the angles from Tukey should be good. He picks up and down HH, peeking for too long, but it was the perfect distraction as K19 taking full advantage of it, and they're going to go ahead and eliminate 4-1-2 NOMADS. So, hey, K19, hello. Hey, back to back.
Back to back.
Back to back.
Jason, you hear that? K19, back to back. Do they deserve this one? Jason was saying they didn't deserve the last one, but hey, if they could do it again, K19 is doing something right. What a comeback for the team. And shout outs to Rise, the Puppeteer player, right? As a solo, put up so many points for his squad.
Yes, he did. 5 eliminations there on the board. 973 damage. Beautiful win from K19. As a matter of fact, it's not just a beautiful win, it's a high quality win. That's what I'm talking about right there. That is how it is done. 24K with the longest elim, and Fate not getting top traveler this time.
Oh yeah. I mean, we saw at the late game, Hayuya just driving around in that buggy, making sure he stole that top traveler spot from Fate. But I want to take the conversation back to K19. That was a really good win for them, and I want to capitalize on top of that with the fact that they got pushed.
They did.
By a 4-man squad
yes.
of YKG. You didn't catch that on the camera, but they defended a 4-man push from YKG. So, in my opinion, they definitely deserve that win.
Heating up, baby. Heating up. More high-quality action, guys, right after these highlights.
Okay, that one I for sure give to K19. Definitely winning out on that one. Get themselves a second chicken dinner on the day. And I would have asked you, Seven, do you think we're going to have another team get 3? The K19 not playing the next match. They're in Group A.
We got close. We got really close. By the way, I feel like 412 Nomads definitely threw that at the end. Yusuf had a chance. Yusuf actually did a risky push with a buggy. He got a player knocked, and his teammates were not able to follow up on that. All of the players from K19 were just focused on the buggy. 412 Nomads could have pushed up, used those smokes that they were using anyways, and be able to get some angles on the players from K19. They decided not to, and I feel like that's what cost them the game, considering that they pretty much had the circle for, by the way, I'm talking about 412 Nomads. They had the circle pretty much for the whole match.
Yeah. I mean, they're sitting in Yasnaya Fields, right? And I was really scared for them at first, and then they were still able to maintain the position pretty well because of the zone favoring them. But I wonder, was it like miscommunication? What was it going on? I would have to imagine miscommunication, because why wouldn't you push when you have a vehicle going in like that to cause a distraction, especially when you get a knock from it?
Miscommunication, maybe not wanting to take that fight.
Wait, I know what it was. Popchic's just reminded me. It's a low quality gameplay. No, I'm just kidding. Let's take a look at our match rankings here. See how many points all the teams did get for themselves here in our penultimate match of the day. We only have one match left to go. That's what penultimate means. And 19 points. So 9 eliminations, 10 placements. Not bad at K19. And honestly, they were a team that I expected to do better than they were doing in the first 2 days. So it's nice for me to see them bounce back.
Yeah, I mean, at first we saw them being a little bit passive, right? I think at one, I can't remember which map it was, but we kind of criticized them for being a little bit too passive, and then they started being a little bit too aggressive. So I feel like they're starting to find the groups. You know, 2 wins for the day. You cannot be mad at that, even if one of those wins they don't really deserve. And then Extreme Slayers, I mean, 12 points for them. That's very consistent with what they've been able to do. I can't wait to see where they're going to end up at the end of the day in the overall, considering that YKG, I feel like they've been able to outscore YKG for today. I'm going to have to go back and look at that.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about YKG necessarily today. I feel like they're kind of... What's the term I'm looking for? I don't know. They're kind of unhinged a bit. They're just kind of looking for eliminations. They're just like running around. Let's get some elims. Let's get some elims here. It doesn't feel like they're necessarily playing for the win 100% of the time. I'm not sure if you agree with that, because they're already in first place. And, I mean, the bonus points are almost locked in for them. We're getting to that point.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I think they're just playing with maybe a little bit too much confidence, willing to push on everything, considering that they have been able to get away.
Agree.
No. I mean, I agree that they're playing very aggressive, but I don't agree with that they are not playing for the win. I think they are playing for that win, but they are just way too aggressive at times.
Okay, that's fair. Skills on mine, 3 points, execute 2, super laser reflex as well. I mean, a couple of teams down here on the bottom page not really getting as much as we were hoping for, and of course Speed, Fire, Excuse, and BOPE all going home with 0. But we still have that final match up today. It's about 35 seconds of time, and it's going to be on Miramar. And I'm kind of excited to see how this Miramar, the final one of the day, well, the only one of the day, will actually play out here. And I always even want to actually ask you, who do you think's going to win? But honestly, I feel a lot of it just depends on the zones right now.
I could see Hyper get a win. I mean, they played pretty well today so far. They're not going to have to worry about YKG, since YKG is currently in Group A. They're going to be sitting out for this last match. If they weren't sitting out, I would have picked YKG, since they have actually gotten a win in Miramar in the past, but Hyper's my pick.
Okay. Well, you know what? Make sure you guys are hitting us up over on social media. Use that hashtag PMPLNA and let us know your thoughts on, well, obviously the matches, who your favorite teams, favorite players are. Maybe you want to actually request something for Zute and to zoom in. Just make sure you use that hashtag so we can actually spot it out for you guys. And of course, that Discord server, make sure you join up on that one. Because Seven said, if you join it and you send him a message from that server, he's going to give you some UC. Thank you so much, Seven. You're such a charitable guy. I always appreciate it.
0.001 of a UC still counts, right? Yeah. I think it does. I think it does. See, you're thinking about the Sute Sumin. I can't wait for the Hot Jukes hot take. That one's usually one of my favorite ones, because he just rips on a team.
I don't know how we're going to get any alliteration out of yours, though.
Yeah, mine's hard. I think mine was like the 7WG's player study. Doesn't really rhyme, but...
Doesn't roll off the tongue. Doesn't sound fancy.
Hashtag PMPLNA. Let me know. What should I name my segment? It's something with a player. I like being able to deep dive in regards to players, kind of like get a little bit insight in regards to what they do for practice, how they're doing with the team, how they've been able to improve over the years if they have been playing for quite some years.
Yeah, I like those little segments. I don't want to imagine what mine would be. probably just be,
Yeah.
I don't know, I'd probably just be similar to the Hot Chicks Hot Take, where I would just be ripping on someone, to be honest.
I'm trying to think of a name. Nothing rhymes. But yeah, something with like criticizing a team.
Jason. Huh. I don't know. Basin?
Dang.
That's all I got. So we're having a quick little delay here, but one thing we did actually, I think, hear the caster talk about was like Remix, right? Trying to be a spark for Extreme Slayers. He actually was leading before this day began the entire event so far at 24 eliminations with 24K behind him at 21. He was the MVP of the whole event going into today, but it's been a little bit quiet out of Extreme Slayers. But then again, if you're expecting him to get 70 points again here on day 3, that's a high expectation to have.
Yeah, that's what I was hinting at the beginning of the day. I don't think nobody expected them to continue on that crazy upward trend that they were. It would have been sick if they were able to do it, but at least they've been able to maintain a steady line, and this is something that we saw out of them back in Spring Split, a very consistent team that sneaked up on anybody when they were named Dope Esports. Now Extreme Slayers, I feel like they have been able to improve on that consistency that they have shown in the past, and also add some fragging powers, which ultimately right now is pretty much what PUBG Mobile Esports is about. You need to be able to get those ilms considering how the point system that we're working on has changed.
And the thing is, for them, they don't necessarily need to be winning games, but every game they're pretty much getting points, and they're getting some decent eliminations behind that. And speaking of decent eliminations, I actually just checked our database here. You know who's kind of surprising actually in eliminations? Tied for second, your boy Dong from Puppeteers, man. 9 eliminations on the day, just today. That is actually fantastic. So we've been talking so much about Dong and how pivotal he was for Puppeteers last season. The wide angles he would take, some of what we're seeing out of Koi or GK First or whatever at the moment. He's been really impactful today. It's just unfortunate that Puppeteers hasn't had as good of results off the back of that.
Maybe this could be starting to become a little bit more explosive, starting to become a little bit more massive for his team in regards to the impact that he's able to make. It could be. I mean, that was one team that I was calling out in regards to we haven't seen what we expected out of them here in the full split. Maybe they're just a slow starter.
Yeah, well, maybe Dong is getting the blood pumping now. But let's head into our final match of the day over on the Miramar, once again with Hot Jukes and Zute.
Final match here of the day. We're headed on over into Miramar. Always good to hear from Jason and Seven. By the way, Jason, I heard you wanting to know what should your segment be named. What should your segment be named? I got an idea. Okay,
what you got?
High quality information with Jason. Huh? What do you think about that?
Information with Jason.
Yep. Information with Jason.
Let's see what you did there. I got one for Seven. I was thinking for Seven, what if you do? He mentioned he likes talking to players, right? What if we called it like 7 with 7? There's like 7 questions with 7.
Wow.
Where he has like quick fire questions. Like don't give them the questions beforehand. Just like real quick off the top of your head. Like who do you hate most on your team?
I love it. I love it. Okay, perfect, guys. You know what? Spam it in the chat. Spam the chat. Use the hashtag PMPLNA. As a matter of fact, demand it. Demand it. I want to see that here sooner rather than later. But let's see who is going to get the most eliminations here in this last match. Okay, we're starting to see it. Yep.
Los Higos.
Los Higos hot drop. Here we go.
Get your predicting hats ready, because we'll be trying to guess which team has the most eliminations, and there's already 2 teams going head to head in the south. I think that is Speedfire, and I can't really make out what the other team is. They're so far down in the south, and there's another one, Jukes, on the east side, north of Puerto Paraíso.
Here we go, and you can see 4-1-2 in the mix off the rip, and they're warmed up because they were big chilling in the last match, all the way up until the end. Of course, they didn't get the better of K19, so maybe they're a little bit extra spicy here. LOTUS getting into it with, I believe it was Ace. Okay, all right, so another battle. A lot of shenanigans here in the final game. A lot of hot drops.
This is exactly what I like to see. Near the end of the day, hey, you're either feeling really hot or you're feeling really tired and you just want to get the day done with. But either way, all these teams definitely trying their best to try and pick up these points. LOTUS already getting one onto the side of Ace of Spades.
Let's see how this is all going to turn out. Ace of Spades looking for some angles now. Keeping eyes on Lotus. This is always so rough because every single time you have these early game engagements, it reduces your loot time. Look at Ace. Kiddo doesn't even have a vest, has an M16, and he's too scared to even go out and loot. So, yeah, these guys, especially in a map like Miramar, where you really have to kind of hunt down for your loot, which is unfortunate. I hope that would change one day because it's always tough when you have to go search like 8-10 buildings to get a decent weapon. I think you drop down into one, get looted, and then we could see some action. But the way it currently stands in esports, you got to have a little bit of the luck of the draw. You know what I'm saying?
And I think Lotus has a look there, getting a quick one over Ace of Spades. And I hate to see this, but, you know, it's like if you don't get the loot, the other team's not pushing, you have to take the risk of just running back in the open. You never know, you could get shot in the back, but if you just sit there and wait, let the other team, you know, take control of things, you're in an even worse spot. So it's tough. These hot drops are not easy to deal with.
And how are you going to handle it? And Hyper is in a great spot, so they're big chilling in the center zone. And
when are they not in the center zone?
All right, they've just been the center kings. They are the center kings. So Wall Street Bets over in Pekala. Wall Street Bets have been quiet, right? Like insanely quiet. They had a great start to the tournament, and then just
yeah, I haven't been able to do anything today. I mean, they've been hot and cold like since the start, right? They have a huge pop-off game, and then we won't see them at all in any of the other matches. So it looks like today is just an off day entirely for Wall Street Bets. I hope they come back into form in the next 2 days and show signs of life, because they would give really good performances when they're on point.
Speaking of on point, let's see some of the rotations coming up for some of these squads. You got Puppeteers up in the north with Cruz del Valle, Wall Street Bets on the side, and you also have the Canadian Eagles there on the south side, looking to get into it with Lotus. So we might even see a third party, right? Lotus and Ace.
Yeah.
We're over there by Impala, just trying to loot up, play nice. But the thing is, in Miramar, there's so many elevation spots, so much high ground, that it's really safe for you to rotate on for the most part in the early game. Hey, it's worth it, right? To just go take some high ground, get some sight lines, and if you're able to take some shots, get a couple of nice little eliminations, that'll be pretty nice for you.
Immolations,
right? Put them on fire.
And speaking about rotations, on the south side, you were calling out Execute and Speedfire might cross paths too. I mean, this circle all the way in the northwest is causing some teams who dropped out on the plane path early to all kind of end up taking the same road and rotations. So we might see some fights, happen in spots we don't expect, just like right here. There's a chance something might happen. More than likely not. He definitely has his camera looking that way. I don't know if he spotted out a vehicle or something, but it looks like Execute will just continue on with their rotations.
The rotation right now from Speedfire. Speedfire on the move. Just looking to get looted up right now. So far, so good. I always notice that North America, they take their time when it comes to rotating. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, we're starting to see some rotations come out, but it's crazy to see when we look at like PMWI and these bigger tournaments, like how they're just always on the move. Like, it's like they loot for a level 1 vest and they're out of there.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's a huge difference. But when the whole lobby is playing at a certain like level, right, especially in terms of rotating, you also kind of have to play that too. The only team that does still continue to take their time, if I recall correctly, is like, teams like Alpha 7, who want to come in a little bit later and just take the fights. So it's very polarized strategies. You have to go extreme in one way or the other. You can't just be in the middling ground, because that's where you end up getting caught out by all sorts of, just disadvantages.
Yeah, tons of disadvantages. Here, you can see Quinn looking to find some kind of advantage as they hunt down for some high ground. Do a little bit of parkour. Up on top, they got the rock climbing shoes. And let's see, as we're looking at some rotation, anything so far standing out to Yuzu rotation-wise? So far, it just looks pretty normal, except down, we see the Canadian Eagles getting really close to Polar Ace and Lotus. Could see some action happen there in the next few minutes.
I'm taking a look at the mini-map. There's definitely a huge congestion that you mentioned right there on the east with Lotus. But besides that, nothing standing out too much as of now. We are in only the first circle, so a lot of teams, you know, like you mentioned, taking their time rotating in, and the teams that are already in the circle, they're set up and they're just big chilling in this big zone. So can't really call anything out too much. Maybe on a circle shift, we'll see a much bigger change in dynamic.
Speaking of change in dynamic, let's see where Hyper is going to be holding down. They are dead center of the circle, so holding it down, waiting for this next zone shift. It does go right on top of them, so they're going to be in a great position to defend against these teams. This could be a good one for them to put some big points on the board. We are starting to see a little bit of a gap between Hyper and Extreme Slayers. So if honestly, you don't want them to run away with it. And the way Extreme Slayers and YKG have been playing, it is dangerous. YKG obviously not in this match, so Extreme Slayers can go into tomorrow on top if they perform well. But Hyper has some catching up to do, and everybody else below them have a lot of catching up to do.
For the avid competitive viewers out there, this is a circle we all really know and love. It is just the hay fields, the road splitting this map west and east, and then you got like two super strong compounds, one of which is being taken already on the map, and BULUC coming in on the southwest. You're gonna get fights all 360 around this zone. This may be only the second circle, Jukes, but teams already know what kind of circle this is going to be and what spots they really need to go after.
Bathon getting some nice shots down range on the BULUC CHABTAN. And, oh, he does get taken out, though. And that's because due to the information given to his teammates from Poppy Sours, he get knocked. Let's see where the rest of the players are going to do to try and make better of this situation. Everest going to get a nice thirst onto Poppy Sour. Rest of MEZEXIS is going to come to cover him. So they are going to get that res off, and MEZEXIS getting elimination earlier on.
Well done. Well done for the side of MEZEXIS. A little scrap fight, but they do come out on top. You got to rotate, though. They're on the edge of zone in this area of the circle. A little bit harder to work in with, because you get all those buildings right along that roadside that could house, you know, who knows what team could be there. So MEZEXIS need to be careful, pick up some points, continue on scouting. Looking at the mini-map, Jukes, it is getting packed tight in there. I think all the big major compounds in that zone are taken, and all the high ground spots are taken as well.
And let's see how Execute's gonna fare here. Execute could definitely pop off in Miramar. We've seen that in the past, that's for sure. So I think Killswitch adds a little bit of a different dynamic to their team that I'm really looking to see shine here in this Miramar match. Now, Playzone does catch BULUC CHABTAN. They are not having the go of it that we expected. Clown, look at that. Looking up on top, just trying to get some more information.
You mentioned Killswitch and Execute, right? And their performance today has been way better. I want to point out, like, Killswitch to me is their anchor player. Killswitch is so experienced. He has like multiple LAN competition experience. So Killswitch is a player that could see what's missing on their team at any given moment in the match, and he'll fill that spot in. I think that's why we've seen Execute's consistency shoot up so much, because they're usually missing a crucial player in a crucial position in a lot of their engagement. But look at this, Killswitch. He's already in the crucial spot to pin the entire team of Speedfire down, while the rest of the team can move up and have their way. So this is a perfect example of the point I just made with Killswitch in particular.
And let's see how they're going to go ahead and make this push. Tensa coming up the top. Uh-oh. Skill, just take it off. Trying to get out of there alive in this situation. And it does look like they are able to make it out for now. But it's going to show, though, here in a second. All it takes is a couple shots. Tensa not able to hit him.
Yeah, barely getting away there. But really good job still from the side of Execute, picking up whatever points they can. They know they're not going to have, you know, center priority, so they're taking the fights and doing it in a very nice controlled setup not a lot of risk, right? There was like almost no chance for them to lose a player on that because the fight was set up so perfectly. Elsewhere on the map, the circle did shift up to the north. So PASSIONFRUIT's, they're actually in the zone on the very edge on the north on the very high ground. So this could be a big game for them if the circle continues to favor them.
Let's see right now as the NOMADS are having to hold it down against Wall Street Bets. That shot there should be good enough for Wall Street Bets to commit to a push.
Will that push happen? It's coming.
Dun, 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 dun. Killjoy looking for an angle. He's going to go ahead and drop right down on here. Where's the rest of Wall Street Bets, though? Where are they? Where are they? Killjoy doing it all. He said, I'm going to do it by myself. I got this. Uh-oh, it's not looking good. Oh, it is looking good. Never mind. He said, I can do this by myself. Don't worry, boys. Easy points. Easy points.
Easy points indeed. Rack 'em points up. Killjoy up to 3. Another fight breaking out. Excuse and Wall Street Bets. Oh, this is like a delayed third party.
And here comes the third party indeed as Chronix gonna hold it down for a second, deciding to bust out that nade. Draco's gonna be doing the same thing. He's got the same thing on his mind here. Big opening knock will be huge. Both these teams relatively in safe position. So Ji-Woon is just trying to buy some time for his squad to come and assist him here because they are at a huge disadvantage. Nice little pre-fire there from Cordy as well. BOPE get eliminated in 14. 13 teams remaining.
13 teams, about to be 12 if this fight finishes up. Excuse, one of their players getting knocked. Things are slowing down. Cordy tries to take advantage of it, but gets traded himself.
Traded himself indeed. Rosh gonna go for that med kit right here. The rest of Wall Street Bets, where are ya? They need ya. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. These non-committal fights. The rest of the squad should be here.
Oh.
Clean out excuse and then move on. But instead, you try to let 2 of your teammates do it 2v4? I don't get it.
Yeah, if you're gonna hold the back, you gotta really commit to holding the back. That's just giving away 2 players. But it was a third party, Jukes. Wall Street Bets pushed another team inside the crater. Excuse took advantage of that.
I'll say, like, this is one of those moments where you have a player like Bad and Killjoy being like, I told y'all not to go down there. I told y'all. We could have just stayed right here. We would have been so fine. And unfortunately, they get taken out. And uh-oh, Bad is going to take off. Chronix saying, dang, I set this thing to burst. That's tough.
Wall Street Bets or will make it out, trying to stay alive with the last 2 members. The zone shifted again, and it did go north. PASSIONFRUIT's, it doesn't seem like they're going to do much with this zone because they have such a high ground. They're just going to chill up there. But I'm just going to throw it out. Hey, PASSIONFRUIT's chicken dinner on the very last match of the day?
Let's go.
Could happen.
Could happen. I'll never forget. Remember back in the day, dude, those 8X M16 burst sprays?
Oh, 8X on the M16 was...
Remember that?
Broken.
It's so broken.
It
sounds
broken. Like the worst combination ever, right? For players that don't know about the M16 back in the days and they try and think about putting an 8X on it right now bursting, but it was actually broken.
It was so broken. Literally, for those of you guys that don't know, this is a little history lesson as we wait for the next fight. You know, early in the PUBG Mobile days, you're able to put an 8X on an M4, M16, weapons like that. And 8X, M16, the only thing you would do is aim for feet. You would aim at feet, literally. You would just go full in 8X, zoom in, aim at a foot, and it would be, as soon as you burst, it would be foot shot, chest shot, head shot, every time.
And, oh, push from Execute. This could be a big fight for them. They only got to take care of 2 members of the Canadian Eagles, but Fate's already knocked. He's able to crawl back for a revive.
And Execute. Some of these guys have been around since those days. Made a lot of adjustments since then. Trick trying to go ahead and open things up with a nade. Looks like he's gonna throw a couple smokes to buy himself some time. Kill switch, doing a great job. Here comes Trick.
That's Trick 2 knocked. Trick, last one.
Oh no, kill switch does get knocked. Trick has to make some plays here. Trick with the pre-fire gets some. He learned that one from Joey.
Ooh. As I said, there's levels to this, right? Trick looked like he didn't stand a chance against Joey, and now Trick pulls off a 1v2. Really good job from Trick. We'll be able to get the revive on his 2 members, but the blue zone's closing in, actually. I don't know if he can get the revives.
Here we go. Puppeteer's on the defense right now as Ace is starting to creep up to him. And we're starting to see Lu Jiang trying to get some nice shots. Execute does get eliminated. So a nice play there from Trick. Unfortunately, not able to get the finish that they were looking for. And Hyper, big chillin', dead center of the map. Pat, we haven't had a chance to talk to them in a hot minute. They haven't had to move a muscle. This is honestly the situation where they thrive the most.
Definitely so. I want to see if they could take advantage of maybe a aggressive play. We'll see if the opportunity presents itself. Meanwhile, Puppeteer's laying in hellfire onto Ace of Spades. Those smokes may block the vision, but those bullets are still going to pass right through. And the nades as well. That one's got to hurt, Jukes.
Dong with a nice little nade downtown. He's going to go ahead and put in some work. Oh, man. Dong. I mean, we heard it from Jason a little earlier. Some nice information from Jason. He said that Dong was so far one of the second best players elimination-wise, putting up some crazy stats. And he's really driving the force of the Puppeteers. But Rise is the man to finish it, and he's got that MG3. That's what you want here in the end game of Miramar.
Oh, Kiddo didn't stand a chance right there. I love the aggression out of Puppeteers. Very, very precise right now. Take out that team and move on to the next objective, and that's in front of the butterfly effect. Trying to do what they can to break into this zone, the terrain, really giving them a hard time. Puppeteers with 4, they got to figure out where they want to go next as well. And it looks like they have zone next to them, like playable area, so they don't have to really take this fight if they don't want to.
Yeah, 100%. This is a much different game than the rest. I think a lot of these players dealing with some fatigue, looking for a little bit of urgency. We have half the lobby gone in stage 5 in Miramar, Zute.
Yeah.
You know, that is not a common happenstance here. But you know what? A lot of teams looking to get into that action early on, take those aggressive fights, and Butterfly Effect is going to take this aggressive drive just straight to the lobby.
6x AK right there. Great for spraying down vehicles.
That 7.62 always doing just a little bit more damage to vehicles than 5.56. And it works really, really well. Minas Generales and Hyper is currently defending against Butterfly Effect. Kindness, go ahead and using those pain meds. For those of you guys that don't know, if you are fully boosted, it does give you a little run speed advantage. So you do get to run a little bit faster if you are max boosted. That's why a lot of CQC fighters, if you ever see them get into some action, their boost is always filled.
Speed is crucial in those close range engagements. Puppeteers find themselves in a fight against PASSIONFRUITs. PASSIONFRUITs had the high ground for a very long time, but the zone shifts slightly down south, so now they find themselves in a fight. Sixes in the backlines with the long-range support. Sixes, a long-range demon back in the days. We'll see if he still has that skill in hand. Juancho, Nate, and Zuko close up and personal.
Not gonna lie, Sixes is one of my favorite players to watch that runs wide out in the open. That is where he thrives. When he's at the bottom of a hill with no cover, just strafing, hitting those shots. Dong, though, he can hit those shots at any time, any situation. Getting a nice little angle there. It's, of course, Puppeteers versus PASSIONFRUIT. Juancho trying to throw a Molotov onto the top of the hill to let him know, hey, guys, leave us alone. Which team will have the most eliminations? And Hyper across the board. I cannot blame any one of us for choosing that. With their position and how they've been performing, when they get zones like this is where they thrive. Uh-oh. Zuko getting taken down, but Dong goes to get down in return from Juancho.
Yeah, nice trade by Juancho. PASSIONFRUITs, this is a crucial point. They either go for the revive or they capitalize off the knock and try and get more space. And it looks like Juancho is going to pick the smarter choice, in my opinion. You know, try and establish control before getting the revive, and Sixes is the one that's going to move down. So they'll stabilize with 3. Gotta say, though, if their synergy was a little bit more on point, I think Nate, when he got knocked, he would have been able to get revived as well. But keeping 3 up at this late game, this is the best PASSIONFRUITs have done all tournament long.
100%. PASSIONFRUITs. This should be an easy decision of where to go here. They know that they need to get into this next zone, and it has to be against Extreme Slayers. You got to watch out for Remix, though. Remix is a monster with that mini. Even though there's only 2 players up, you do not want to give them room to breathe. So here come the smokes out, and here comes the push from Zuko. Zuko up front. Can't get too aggressive, Zuko. Take your time. Take your time, my friend. He has that DBS. That's right. Stay there the best you can. Wait, just try to buy some time for her squad, because now, yep, yeah, here they go. So nice little push here. PASSIONFRUIT taking advantage of Extreme Slayers.
Yeah, Sixless in the close quarters. That's surprising. I thought Sixless would hold back and support, but we'll see how this works out. Good nade by Remix. Remix, so good. He was in the top of the leaderboards. And we'll see if he could grab it right back. He goes so aggressive. Catches. Sixless completely off guard, and that's PASSIONFRUIT's out. What a great job by Remix.
Beautifully done. I'm telling you, Remix is just a monster. So Extreme Slayers get the defense against 3 players of PASSIONFRUIT. Hayuya, gonna get that res. They are gonna have the edge of the zone, so more points for Extreme Slayers. Hey, you know what they say? The rich get richer.
And Hyper actually sent 3 of their players outside of zone and backstabbed the last PASSIONFRUIT's player. So that's how Juancho went down. So Hyper pick up a point for doing that, and then they rotate right back into the zone. So nice little play again, going outside a circle, trying to capitalize off things. I'm liking this more and more out of Hyper.
And let's see what Killjoy is going to do here. I mean, it's Generales. As you can see them looking to outside of the zone. Excuse looking in. And he's got eyes on Wall Street bets. It's just Killjoy in that shack. That smoke gives away his position completely. I wouldn't be surprised to see, honestly, if I was Excuse, just push this right now. Push it, clear it out. You don't want to deal with it later on, that's for sure.
Yeah, the suppressive fire from Hyper though might be what's giving them a little bit of a second thought. If it was a different team and not Hyper, I'd be more on board with that, but we both know how good Hyper are at their long-range accuracy. So it's a little bit of an extra concern for Excuse to try and flush out that last player out of Killjoy.
Hey, just shoot back. You know what I'm saying?
No. Outgun Hyper long range?
Yeah, that's it. Just shoot back. You don't need cover. Just hit those. Hit those. That's the answer.
That's a tough ask.
Next zone going on up. All right, well, that now looks a little bit more appetizing with that shack being in this next zone. Not a lot of coverage from that side, though. So it's going to be, well, it looks like Rosh is in that vehicle. He's thinking about it. He's thinking about it. Is he going to make that push? Meanwhile, Extreme Slayers, they don't mind it. They say, you know what? Okay, don't mind that we do. As Hyper, we see making shots all over to them, trying to get the central shack, and they get it.
How long can they stay alive for, though? Nades are about to rain in Hyper. They're going to make sure everything's cleared on their sides first. But that is a tough spot to be in for Extreme Slayers. Pretty much their only option, so they can't really fight in, clear out Hyper with only 2. So it's a Hail Mary I gotta respect.
100%. So they get the most dominant position here in this next zone, holding that shack. They got to watch out, though, because Excuse is in a spot where they can probably throw some nice utility onto them. And that is going to be dangerous. Meanwhile, Hyper, full squad up, making a very bold split here. 2-2. They think this is, they have to be paranoid. There's no way they can think this is just clear.
It's clear.
Yep. Kindness getting shot up big time. Uh-oh, Rin getting caught. This brutal. Kindness has to hit these, and he does. So clutch.
Ooh. Where was the support from rest of MEZEXIS?
Disgustingly clutch. Hyper is. That is wild.
Here it is.
Crow said, pop, 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 pop. Give me that point.
Yeah, and Hyper will lose one. Can't blame Hyper for that. They saw Extreme Slayers.
Are they? And they do. They do get coy.
They saw Extreme Slayers leave that spot, so they're thinking, oh, it's clear. But MEZEXIS also had the same exact idea. So great to see both teams try and take advantage of things.
Making some shots. Gets GK first on the run up. That's a player that if you are going against, you really want to take out. Rin now forced to make a very bold play. That's going to get exploded here in the next couple seconds. And it happens to be perfectly spaced out, so they are going to get that res. Hyper, you see what they do? These guys never give up. They do everything they can to keep their teammates alive.
Sometimes it goes really well. Sometimes it could go really bad. We saw on Vikendi how that went really bad when they try to save that one player. It works out now. Next circle about to pop out. Or wait, we might just be heading into the final circle. Jukes, Excuse still with 4 players up.
Still with 4 players up. And Chronix has the high ground. You can see Kindness. That's the angle he wants to take out the most. Because if he's able to do it, it's going to really help him out. Now, unfortunately for them, they do get 1 player knocked. That is going to start opening the door for teams to make some plays against them. And that nade there from Hayuya is disgusting. What kind of arms does this man have?
Wow, I counted Extreme Slayers out. I mean, not like out of the match, but I thought they were just going to tuck their heads in and stay alive. But instead, they are doing considerable damage to the teams that are surrounding them.
Now, fortunate for them, they do have that perfect little hill there that they are going to be able to get those reses. And Extreme Slayers is so sandwiched that they can't push outward. So, and even then it would be hard. But instead, all eyes are on everybody right now. They're going to have to make decisions on what to do because this is Zone 8. Zone 9, it's going to go down to nothing.
Can't forget about MEZEXIS either. They're on the high ground. Oh, they're forced to do something. Everest goes down. N-Hyper, I'm telling you, that long-range engagement against N-Hyper, that's not a favorable fight for you. And oh, the full send from Excuse. One gets close enough. Chronic, can he pull off another play? He tries to go in. No shots covering him right now from N-Hyper, so he's got a little bit of a timing. That smoke giving him cover, but as soon as that smoke runs out, he's got to make that push.
He wants to go for that first aid, but he's not going to be able to get it off. The Molotov, though, forces him to make the action. He does go and get the elimination, and now the smoke dissipates. And Hyper eliminated. MEZEXIS.
Oh, wow.
Took him out.
What?
MEZEXIS finally said, oh, look, there's some N-Hyper over here. Bye-bye.
We're down to a three-way fight. Extreme Slayer's still up. MEZEXIS and Excuse. Excuse is about to go down, though. No way Rosh makes this out in the open.
And wow, nice return shots. But yep, nothing you can do in that position. Well, it's Extreme Slayers versus MEZEXIS. It's a MEZEXIS win. Has to be. They have the wide open.
It's Remix, though.
It is Remix. I will say that.
Watch this knock. Remix is going to peek out here and nail Crow in the head.
Oh, that was close. But it is Crow that said, nah, I'm not going to end up on the wrong side of a Remix highlight reel. Not to end things off here today. Beautiful win, and MEZEXIS finally get a chicken dinner here towards the end. They had some decent games on day one, and then now they show up here right at the end of this day.
Yeah, what a match for MEZEXIS. Out of the left field coming in with that chicken dinner. I will say the Remix, I feel like if Remix purposely went for the headshots there, that would have been the difference maker. He wouldn't have, had to peak so long for that initial knock, and it could have been that 1v1 highlight reel.
100%. You can see them pumped up, ready to go here. Trick from Execute. Wow. 5 eliminations. This is not the first time we've seen him here in the match report, so it's good to see Trick really showing up big time for this squad. And you know where Trick used to play for, right? MEZEXIS.
Oh, that's right. MEZEXIS was on Trick, yeah.
I got to go shake this man's hand in Saudi Arabia while he was getting his whole body 3D scanned. That was so cool. But yeah, unfortunately, after that, they say, you know what, it's time to go our separate ways. He hopped on Execute, and he's really been performing well. And speaking of performing, Remix, man, this guy is a monster for Extreme Slayers.
And 690 damage. Remix holding it down always. Going back to MEZEXIS winning that match, that's a nice, little sign of life from MEZEXIS. I think they kind of went into the dark for a little bit, but to end the day on a win with 2 more days coming right up, I think that is a great little morale boost for the team.
Wow, yes, indeed it is. So, I mean, hopefully they could take this morale into the next day because they are going to need it. Things are just going to get spicier, harder hitting. This lobby, I think, is going to elevate every single day that we play PMPL here. And I hope that for once, once this is all said and done, these teams stick together and make some adjustments later on, Zoo.
I gotta agree. Stick together, keep improving. And well, that does it for us today. We're going to go to the highlights and close it out with the desk.
Well, MEZEXIS, they close out the match, get themselves a chicken dinny, and get themselves extra 10 points on the board, plus all the eliminations that they got. But 7, as we were watching that, I was getting real scared for MEZEXIS as Remix. If he just hits that shot, if he hits it a little bit better onto Crow, that would have been them able to take this potentially over and get their own win for Extreme Slayers.
You were getting scared. I was getting hyped for Remix. I know you said you were getting scared for MEZEXIS. I was like, please, come on, do it. Add it to your highlight because that would have been sick. He picked, and it's like he knew he was going to be right there. Started shooting him right away. He wasn't able to clutch it up, though. But Remix, currently having one of the best starts to a PMPL that we have seen out of NA here ever since Scoops left us.
Yeah, Remix has been pretty damn ridiculous, honestly, and not to discount anyone from YKG, especially 24K as well, but he's been having a really strong start here in this first week. But let's take a look at the match rankings and see how many points MEZEXIS got, as well as some other teams out there, and see how we all failed our prediction game of NHyper getting. Well, actually, yeah, no, XU got it with 9.
Ah, got close. NHyper tied with like what 3 other teams. By the way, excuse 11 points, not bad. And this is what we're talking about with Extreme Slayers. I mean, like they're not able to get the chicken dinners, but we have seen them so many times here today within this top 5 situation that I feel like they're gonna end up being in first place, if I'm not mistaken.
We'll see.
Yeah,
we'll
I think they might actually be in first place.
Hey, 7, come on. Look at 7th place here. Give a shout out. Come on.
Not yet. Not yet.
What?
Okay. Yeah. I'm hoping.
We talked about their placement points being like really weak. They get themselves up to 2, so they actually have a better placing here than they've had for quite a long time. It feels like. And the 5 eliminations, like obviously, I think one thing we did see was like Sixless kind of being off from his team while his team was pushing into. I think it was like Puppeteers or something like that. Nate gets knocked, and as Zute mentioned, if they just push a little bit quicker together, or they regrouped a little bit quicker, maybe they could have saved Nate and still won the fight.
And that's the thing, that I'm starting to see that mistake over and over again. We saw it in the first match too, whenever they ended up losing in Sandhawk with Nate being too far away from the team. So it is currently pretty much a pattern out of this team, and this is what I'm talking about in regards to synergy within them. But okay, fine, I'll give them some props. 7 points. I'm happy to see that so far. It is going to be their best day out of the 3 days that we have played. I expect them to just keep on improving. This is what I want to see out of this team, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen after week 1 when they also have some extra time off to go back, what review, and also have that build up that extra synergy too, since they have played a full week together. Not bad for PASSIONFRUIT, right? Not bad. Puppeteers too. 6 points. You were talking earlier about Dong, what the impact he's been able to do. Hopefully he's going to be able to continue to do that here in the next couple of days before we finish week 1, because bonus points are going to come into play. And a team that had a huge fall off, Canadian Eagle Esports. We didn't really get a chance to talk about this team that much today. The aggressiveness, the improvement that we've seen out of them completely went out.
Yeah, we haven't been able to talk much about them because they just really haven't done much, unfortunately, today. Baby Tang we haven't really seen on the kill feed at all, unfortunately. But another team we have to kind of point out here, to be fair, Ace of Spades. I mean, the team that was in 4th place, they got 30 points out of their 69 they had before off 1 match alone. And even 412 Nomads, after winning, or actually almost winning the last match here, just to be non-existent again in the follow-up match. Like that consistency we're talking about, like you have a good game. Yeah, I think we all agreed they probably should have won that match with how things played out. But you got to be able to go into the next match, clear mind, and really try to build up those points, because those bonus points, if you can get on the board with any, could be the decider between you getting into regionals and you unfortunately having to watch from home.
Yeah, with Ace of Spades, I still feel like they're living off that high from the 20 alien point, from the chicken dinner, 30 points. I mean, I think at the beginning of the day, they ended up with 63 points. So half their points on 2 days came just from 1 match. That's not something you want to see. And that's not, this is kind of what I was hinting at. And I was hoping it wouldn't happen, but so far it feels like it's leading that way, which is they feel like a one-hit wonder after that 20 alien match. They just haven't been able to showcase anything else besides that, which... I mean, currently they're getting away with it because everybody else below them is currently shifting. You know, teams that were close to them kind of slow down today. Canadian Eagles, one of them that comes to mind. But they had to watch out because they execute. I mean, they had a great day today.
Yeah, honestly, I think with the way Ace of Spades are playing, they will come out of top 4 tomorrow. They're going to be passed. It should
I wouldn't
happen.
be surprised if it's today, honestly.
Okay. Well, you know what? We can actually find out right now. So let's take a look at overalls and see if they have been passed in 4th place and see how the gap has changed. And they have by 1 point. Execute. Able to get themselves into 4th here at 75.
Okay, I was going to be hopeful there for XQ. I'm not going to lie. I actually didn't believe that they were going to pass him. But wow, I mean, this goes with what we've been saying about Ace of Spades. They have just been so complacent. They haven't really been able to improve on anything that they've been able to do. And the top 3 teams, they're currently just keep on building up that lead. Remember, this is going to come into hand when we go to the bonus points. What is it?
Look at NHyper's eliminations. Look at Execute's total points. 51-point difference between 3rd and 4th place. It gets up to 70 points almost between 4th and 2nd. Like, this is a massive gap, and I think it's rightfully so, honestly. We've seen Extreme Slayers, YKG, and Hyper have so many good moments across these 3 days now. We've only seen Execute have, like, a couple of great moments today. Ace of Spades, one great moment. K19, I mean, we didn't really... They did not deserve one of those wins, to be completely honest. But they still get themselves 2 chicken dinners and up to 6th place. Like, there's still a lot of room for movement, but I do kind of get a little bit worried for teams outside of top 3. I know you said Execute could be one of those teams to, like, lock in a top 4 and be closer to the top of the table, but they still have a lot of work to put in my opinion, before they can get to that point.
I agree with that, but I feel like the jump up that they have had today leaves me still hopeful that they will be able to maintain that 4, because I mean, after 2 days, they ended up with 36 points. For them to be able to push up now to 35 points, that is a great improvement for just 1 day alone. And we've seen what some of the players have been able to do today as well. Hopefully that trajectory continues. And I'm also glad that when this week is over, next week, it will kind of reset in regards to points, because that is an insane lead that those top 3 are currently leading, pretty much leading by. Well, what were you saying? What at here?
Canadian Eagles went from 6th place to 14th place. They gained 8 points on the day. Yikes! That's unfortunate. You know, okay, maybe just a bad day for them. I'm not counting them out just yet. I'm gonna look forward to it tomorrow to see if they can bounce back. I think Wall Street Bets Gaming actually for me has been kind of a massive drop off as well, because thinking back to that first match of the entire event, right? They had 12 eliminations. They had a 6th place finish. They were like proving that they can fight a lot of these teams in close quarter combat, and then the only thing they've really done past that is like two games with 7 eliminations and a 3rd place finish. Like, I don't know, maybe just a bad day for them. I'm not going to count them out just yet. If I still have hopes for Passionfruit, then I have to have hopes for Canadian Eagles. Yeah,
we definitely got to give them a break. I mean, we mentioned it. We're going to be rating different teams. We're going to be criticizing teams different, especially teams that we consider that they're going to end up being in Americas. We're going to be a little bit harsher on them with some of these teams. You know what? We're going to give them a break, at least maybe halfway of week 2. What do you think? How long are you going to give them a break? Because Passionfruit, I told them, just 1 week so far today. A big improvement in regards to the points that they were able to do. They were actually able to double the points. They ended up with 14 points the first 2 days, currently being able to finish there with 34 points. That is a huge improvement out of Passionfruit Esports. They just need to make sure to maintain the players alive towards the end, because those elims are going to be becoming easier and easier for them. It just comes down to those placement points, and the pattern that you were able to mention and I was able to see too throughout today is some of the players are just too far away. They need to work on that synergy.
Well, my answer for you, Seven, to your question, the end of day 1 of week 2. That's what I'll give them. I want to see what they come into with week 2. If they come in as the same team, same problems, I mean, yeah, maybe they'll get to finals, but I won't have them as a team that can represent this region in regionals and be able to contend against the likes of these other teams from Brazil and Latin America.
Yeah, I'll give them like halfway through week 2. The reson why I say halfway is because
you said week 1. Now you're
wait.
You pushing
Oh,
it?
I thought you were talking about Canadian.
No, Passionfruit.
Oh, yeah. Week 1. I was thinking about Canadian Eagles. Yeah, Canadian Eagles halfway through week 2. That's when I'll start counting them out. If they continue on this trajectory they currently are.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if they do good the first 2 days of every single week, right, and then after that they just absolutely bomb, which has happened in the past. We have seen teams being able to do that. They're really good on the first 2 days of the week, and then after that they're nowhere to be seen until next week.
Well, maybe they should go pick themselves up a crate of Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here at PMPL, where they can unleash the beast. What does an eagle sound like? Let's hear your best eagle impression, Seven.
Yeah, no.
I don't remember who that was, but was it you last season that you just had like the weirdest bird sound, or was that Max? I don't remember PMWI.
No, that was Max.
Oh man. It was definitely not. It was like a crow. It was definitely not an eagle whatsoever.
I know exactly what you're talking about too.
Well, you know what? Something that's going to wrap it up here for us here on the show and all the players, obviously, as we did finish out our 5 matches, but we still have 2 days of action yet to come. However, tomorrow things are mixing up, if I'm not mistaken, right, Seven?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna be on your spot, and then Cameron is gonna come over to my spot.
Yeah, well, I kept my spot extremely warm and toasty for you. I definitely don't want to be coming into your spot after, because I know what you ate for dinner. But Seven, it's been great seeing you, working with you again. I hope you guys enjoyed as well. And big thank you to Hotchicks and Zootan, of course, our production crew. It's like 6 a.m. for them, and they're here making sure this show happens. But you know what? Gonna be ending off today. We'll be back tomorrow at the same time, though, for some more PUBG Mobile action. We'll see you then.
Let's go. I'm gonna be surprised if we see execute try to, take out this side of the map a little early on, but they're staying completely away. K19.
Still got one up. The DBS.
It's out. Oh my gosh.
Walking right into the DBS. The 1v2 right now, Hot Jukes.
Alf, it's your time.
Go!
Can you do this? He gets another. One more. The DBS under. Where are your